Someone is typing and I can hear it. Please put your phone on mute. Yeah, that was you. Trust me, I'm having a bad day, so please. Started with my 14-year-old asking me to clean her sneakers at 7 o'clock this morning. I'm like, no. Okay. So on a happy note, we have successfully completed Summit, and here we are with the Employment Council. Steve Towler will join us later, and in the room are the rest of the triumphant. I like triumphant better than tri-chairs. Is Bill Schultz and Chris Otto. I don't know, guys, we're not going to go through everybody on the phone, but those that are here in the room, you want to say hello since you made the trip, you can at least be acknowledged. You're on screen too, so hopefully, remember, no picking noses or anything fun like that. But, all right, good. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. No. I put it. It's in the agenda. Oh. Okay. It's in the agenda. So what I was asked. Do you want to do that? Say hello, Susan. Susan Kittle. Susan Kittle. There you go. Rosie, stop your phone.
I'm sorry. Christine Otto, Milnick Services, one of the triumphant chairs.
Marta Rieger, Milnick Services.
Bill Schultz, People Incorporated, Western New York. Good morning.
Morning, Bill with Co-Arcs, Board of Employment.
Fran Burnham, Madison, Portland.
There we go. And then I think there's a few more people expected here in the room, but we've got about 30 people online, which is exciting because, of course, this is our active group.
Yes.
But I want to make sure that we're adding a lot more on the core.
Linda Turner, put your mute on. 20 years of experience, I know people's voices.
OSHA 8.
Okay. I was asked to kind of highlight for the, I would hope everybody could at some point in their career join us at Summit, and sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. We did indeed have quite a number of sessions that were targeted around employment services, and so Steve and Bill and Chris asked me to kind of pull up some of the highlights. Please put your phone on mute. Thank you. Thank you. So these first ones here on the, okay, Caitlin, my thing's not proceeding.
Click on the slide.
Huh? Click on the slide?
Yeah, just click.
Thank you. Okay. So here are, you have your agenda. Here are those. Each one of them, I think, is down below. You see on the left-hand side where you can find them. And I was asked to just kind of quickly give you a summary update of what went on there. I am not going to go long in depth, but the first one, the volunteer internship work experience, is a phenomenal presentation. It's sort of, you were able to participate in the one-day event that OPWD had done a while back that highlighted the difference between volunteer internship work experiences, what's a student, all that kind of stuff. That's what this went at. Jill Dorsey and I met with Jo Marie Dowling, and I want to purposely thank Nancy Ryder from Northeast Career Planning, one of our members who turned us on to this gal. Oh my goodness, she's got it all laid out here amazingly well. So I encourage you to take a peek at this as you're preparing to do different kinds of things in the community. Highlights from this, of course, is what is a voluntary experience from an unpaid work definition from Department of Labor. Key ones that she wanted me to remind you guys about, just as we're highlighting things, is back in the presentation it talks about that there's no displacement of paid staff, that it's more for the benefit of the individual than the organization that they're doing the work for, that it's a general experience training and not specific to one organization. So you're really teaching and training on technique, not specific to what that company needs someone to do. So sorting, stuffing envelopes, cleaning, but in essence, it's not creating something for them that they should be paying for. That's really the thing. And then bottom line is that there's no promise of employment. that follows the experience. It's a little bit different than ETP, okay? So this is if you were setting up your own stuff. ETP at OPWD's way of doing business is obviously about getting them some employment. Other things that are highlighted that I wanted to kind of bring to your attention is the issue of, I'm still under unpaid work experience, that the individual's activities cannot result in an immediate advantage to the company, and the advantage, again, reiterating, displaces regular employees, fills a vacant position instead of them hiring someone, relieves regular employees of assigned duties. Sometimes an organization will go, okay, well, we could carve that out, and you could try that for a while. That potentially is still a possibility, but it has to be time limited, and they talk about the fact that from Department of Labor's perspective, as a general rule, unpaid work experience is permissible if the following hour limitations are not exceeded. This is all laid out, so I'm just kind of highlighting that it tells you how you can be safe, because while things are going to meet the expectations from the Medicaid approvers, it may not meet the expectations of labor if you're not careful. So you need to have your staff work together, and that's what this presentation was really focused on. And just so because I teased you, it says vocational exploration, 5 hours per job experience. Assessment, no more than 90 hours per job experience. Now, these are not numbers that you see in OPWD or OMH's rules around stuff. This is Department of Labor. If something goes beyond these kinds of things, then they're going to expect that the person is going to be paid for what they're doing, and it no longer can be an unpaid work experience. Unpaid work experience is not the same as volunteer, and they talk about what is a volunteer, what is an intern, and the definition of student. And there are things that students can do, as you read through this, that adults can't without being in compliance. So one of the reasons I'm spending a little bit extra time as this first thing is that this young woman, Ms. Dowling, has agreed, if there's interest in creating a webinar series where we take each one of these things, and everybody's nodding here, and I'm anticipating that most of you are nodding there. So Caitlin, if you would be kind enough, I know you're kind of keeping an eye on stuff, and do a quick poll for me and let people respond if they'd be interested in a series of all these volunteer internship, Department of Labor work experience definitions. We'd like to hear what people say, but I'm getting a sense from the people in the room that it's a definite need. Now, OPWD had said that they were going to try to do that as well, so Jill and I are meeting with them next week to kind of talk about these ideas and find out where they're at, because while I appreciate that they're trying to get their act together and they want to do it, if I can make it happen faster, then that's great. We'll have 2 sessions then. We'll have 2 times as long as it's the same information. Fran, you look like you want to tell me something.
I think it's also important to not just put it out to vocational people, but also the day habs and also the FIs and brokerage, because we're getting a lot more referrals that way, and with this, the day have heightened scrutiny, getting out in the community, are you doing things, you might have a very large audience.
Well, and I actually participate on the work group that OPWD just put together on day have, and Ed O'Donnell is on the call right now, and not to open up a can of worms, but why the hell not? It's that kind of a day. Ed, you want to kind of throw out what you just heard about day have, or the questions that Bill and I were listening to, as I think they're talking about not letting hubs be places where you can start the billing from. Is that what I understood when you did it?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Go for it.
Okay. So hopefully the IAC spoke both at the Adult Day Services meeting and at the Quality Assurance Committee meeting about, and it was a little bit unclear to me whether or not this was being enforced by DQI or the OMIG or both. But what she said, that I guess there were 2 things. One is that the day have day, the group day have without walls cannot start billing when people arrive at the hub. So what I described to Pat for like Goodwill, we don't have any certified sites. We don't do any facility-based day have. What we have is group day have without walls, in which we have used funds to rent an office space in downtown Jamaica, and people arrive, like person 1 arrives at 10 a.m. or 9 a.m., let's say, person 2 at 9:05, 9:10. So people trickle in due to transportation-based issues. So the moment someone arrives, they swipe in, and they start working, for example, with a rehab tech, a DSP, on something, social stories, some ADL skills, whatever it might be. What she said was that was not billable time because it was being done at the hub, and that only when you leave the hub and go into the community, I guess in some conceptual way without walls, then the billing can start. I thought this was crazy because they have habilitation plans with goals, and those goals can be worked on. Let's just say, again, for argument's sake, it's brushing your teeth because their hygiene is so poor. And so they might go to the bathroom at the site and at the beginning of the morning brush their teeth and whatever. And as people sort of all finally arrive and congregate at 10:30, they then go out into the community to a particular activity. Some people are going to the public library. Some people are volunteering at Marshall's for a brief period of time. So that was one of the fundamental problems that she talked about. It just isn't billable time.
Bill has a reaction to that for you.
Yeah.
My recollection that there you could spend up to 2 hours time looking past guidelines, I thought.
Right. Well, I raised the same point, but my memory says that those are the new community-based pre-vote regs, which says that you cannot spend more than 2 hours at the site, at the hub, and then go out into the community. So what it struck me is that one arm of OPWDD has a peculiar interpretation of DAHAB, and that another arm of OPWDD has a conflicting interpretation of what these new settings are with regard to OPWDD. It struck me that the origin of this, and I'm completely fabricating this in my head just to try to wrap my head around to understand how this could have occurred, was something in the range that they must have audited a site and saw that some agencies were treating Group DAHAB without walls as if it made it look like a DAHAB with walls, meaning that they had a hub, it was not a prior property approval certified site, and that the Group DAHAB without walls people showed up there and had a lot of activity on the site, maybe all or most of the day. Now, the other part of this just completely blew my mind, and that was, she said, so that if somebody shows up on site and says, I don't want to go out into the community today, I'm just not in the mood, that you can't bill for them, and then the only way to bill for them is that you must have an element in their HAB plan to modify their HAB plan to have something that says if they don't want to go into the community that day, they can go to a rehabilitation with walls where they could be served in whatever. So as you can see, now you're kind of having a complicated two-layered rehabilitation plan, because it's quite possible that some of the goals are more focused in the Group DAHAB without walls to community-based type activities. But at the same time, you've got to cover yourself and have elements of your HAB plan for days in which they say, I'm not in the mood to go out, so you've got to have some kind of goals that are easily accomplished in a DAHAB with walls. And not only that, Goodwill doesn't have a DAHAB with walls. So does that have to liaise with another agency that does, so that when Johnny says, I'm not in the mood to go out, I have to send him across the street or drive him? It struck me.
Transportation.
Right. Or they go home, right, and then Bill says who absorbs the transportation cost. So obviously, Ed, well, those are all the questions. So I think Bill, Ed is raising a very good question. It is something, one of the reasons that this meeting is held of the council at this time of the year is for us to think about what are the issues that we're all facing, and while we focus, the title of the council is Employment Council, it's, all things related. If someone, was also not had a bad day at work, I mean, and the safety net kinds of things and all the kinds of, so I just wanted to, let Ed voice that for all of you to hear what he's heard, but also decide whether or not, this council is also going to take up issues around the rest of day services. I mean, because we have had that in the past. Indeed, as the transformation of work centers continues, there's going to potentially be greater interface with what happens with day hab services. And I honestly believe that the transformation of work center is first, and then the transformation of day hab services is next. So if we can bridge all of that at the same time, my sense is better. So I just put that out for you guys to consider. We can look at action steps for the end of the day, but I will get the specifics more, driven by that, and we can maybe even have a webinar meeting with those that are interested in looking at day hab. Go ahead, Chris.
The only comment I have is, and we have, I think, we have Program Without Walls, but we don't necessarily have a hub site.
Right.
For them, we do have one center-based program. There is an agency near us who has rented a house on a thoroughfare that is considered, I guess, not industrial, but not residential, and they use that as their hub site. And the rule for them is that the individuals can only spend an hour and a half a day there, and they use that for cooking and things like that because they have a kitchen there.
Right.
And they do independent living stays. I don't know where that rule came from. I don't know if it's that agency's rule. Mm-hmm. It was something we were considering doing, but again, hearing this now.
I think we should just put everybody on bunches. That way we don't have to have a hub. They just kind of bounce in and bounce out where they need to be. That's all. They're strange, and you don't have to worry about them sitting down. There's nothing to worry about.
So my concern is bad weather. You have a snowstorm, or you have bad weather, or you have whatever you have that requires you to make sure that everybody's safe that day. And we cover a very large catchment area, as most do, I'm sure. So I'm understanding from this that if you bring your individuals to a center-based program and you don't have it in their plan that this is something you do, then you can't bill for the day.
That's what I'm saying. I think we need to revisit all of these rules because notwithstanding, all of these rules are also going to play out into what will be the value-based payments under a managed care system that we're eventually getting to. So it's not for today, but I think it sounds like, Ed, thank you for bringing that up with me. And here we are, that maybe the council needs to either address it under a day services umbrella as an advocacy issue, for everyone, or indeed we, bring something else to get to light in the near future, and then for a formalized way for 2017. So. We're not going to drop it off. We're just going to put it on the parking lot discussion for a little bit later. All right. So I would encourage you guys to take a look. Thank you. The poll is doing pretty good there. Don't worry. If we do this, we're not going to be charging you guys, so it's free unless we're able to be truthful. Unless we're able to assign both CRC and or social work credits to the goals of each session, then we would naturally have to, unfortunately, ask people to pay for the credits. But if you're not interested in credits, as a member of service, we'd be able, through the council, bring you all this information. Okay, so I see 83% like that. So we will definitely explore that, and that's good because she's going to come up with a proposal for us. The other three handouts are the Employment First. That was a presentation that was done by Andy Carhan. He really, spoke to how the state of New York is finally working through its Employment First goals. That's all highlighted on the presentation. What's important to note is that they are not going to, they're continuing to not use a mandatory percentage like the federal government has used at 7%. Instead, they're going to promote the 55B process, which is fascinating because, of course, state workforce is dwindling, but yet they're going to, put their money where their mouth is on top of that. And then the issue around engaging 100 businesses, what they're planning to do there is to actually, they've identified that over 250,000 businesses in New York have contracts with any one of the various state agencies. And so if even 1% of them were to consider hiring somebody with a disability, A, we'd beat the 100 businesses, and B, we'd have a significant amount of more people involved in employment with disabilities. So that's basically what the next round of things they're going to do with that. And they did just send out to the listserv email to that effect. Good morning. As part of the Employment First, businesses that are contracting with New York State will be receiving correspondence regarding the importance of diversifying their workforce by hiring qualified candidates with disabilities. In prep for that push, we want to make sure that all providers who are supporting individuals with disabilities and finding work are aware of and utilizing Job Zone and Career Zone. And then there's going to be 2 meetings for training. So they're asking you to probably let people know, yourselves as well as businesses, if they can join on for a call to learn more about it. That's an email that's waiting for you at your desk if you haven't opened it up. Take a look at that. We also are excited that NYSRA, as part of the Inclusive Workforce Alliance, has worked with the 2 VR agencies as well as OMH, OPWD, and OASAS to work with the Department of Labor to diversify their employer's book. It will be called Employability, 2 words, Employability Toolkit. And that toolkit will be distributed as a folder to any businesses that are interested, as well as all new businesses that approach the Department of Labor. It is a product that we hope will come out before the end of October in celebration of National Disability Employment Awareness Month. It's a major coup for the advocacy world to have the 5 agencies all thinking alike as one entity. We'll see how it goes from there, but at least the tool looks pretty dang good. So that's what's playing out in the Employment First. Does anybody have any questions about Employment First and the things that are going on with that? NIS in particular, anything? Hearing none, I'll just keep rolling here. WIOA, Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act. There's a huge need to do some things. Section 511, later this afternoon, Frank Coco will be joining us from Access VR right after lunch at 1 o'clock. We have not, oh, thank you. No, I'm actually still on my first go set. Thank you. I'm having technical assistance here.
Yeah, technical assistance while I go find something else. So go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. So WIOA is now in full. The final regs are out. It is in place. VR has new roles to do. Labor has new roles. And unfortunately, it appears that some of the things that are being highlighted in the or are now part of that new reg from the labor side and the VR side are in direct conflict with what OPW is asking agencies that have to transform work centers, because they want them to build, they're allowing them to create their own businesses in their own entity. They may not, depending on the definition and how it's implemented, meet the expectation for VR. It's already been thrown up against a number of agencies in the southern tier, and so NYSRA will be taking this one on in a big way. It'll be interesting, just let's say that. I mean, if you, the actual WIOA rule says that if a company is, even the labor rules, when I was reviewing all this stuff that we just did with this question of the presentation, it clearly says that under labor for unpaid workers and minimum wage workers, that the not-for-profit cannot own the business and employ someone and be in compliance. So then what are we doing here? You know? So I don't have the answers, and I don't want to send everybody into a tizzy. Just know that, like, all pieces are starting to come at each other, and it's caught me off guard. So I am needing to spend some more time looking at all of this. People are bringing things to my attention. Katrina, we have sent the information. The call this morning at 10 o'clock with VR got waylaid and never got really going. They are talking about a plan that they are proposing to do that encourages, they actually have to, under WIOA, Section 511 requires the VR system to meet with every person right now that is receiving a support in a sheltered workshop to describe and have a conversation around career planning. To that end, they have not really spent, from my perspective, enough time learning about what OPWD does or doesn't want to have happen. So, of course, they say, Pat, NYSRA, what's going on? I said this morning, you need to talk to State Line. because NYSRA's not going to get in the middle of this in that way, as far as I am concerned at this point in time. The guidance is out there. They should be talking to each other. So I would propose to y'all that advocacy from NYSRA should be making sure that the state agencies are talking to each other and learning from each other. Yeah.
So Pat, to clarify,
Yes.
any individual who's in a work center, workshop program that is being paid some minimum wages will be required, Access VR is required to meet with them, their families, and provide a number of options that the individual may or may want to take advantage of.
Right. And then from there, they actually have to make a decision, and it has to be documented as to what they want to do. Do they want to get, because the requirement is that there's career counseling ongoing from VR if people are choosing to stay in the work center.
There's approximately 101 work centers.
Now we're down to about 82, I think, at this point. So, yeah, but there's still over 7,000 people that are being supported in this way, and the law does not allow VR to contract out for the service. They themselves have to provide the service. So you can imagine, guys, that this is a bit of a dilemma for our VR offices who are having a hard time providing the services that they already have been providing, and now they've got to figure out how to go out there. So
they've never been friendly, I mean,
no, good.
towards the work center population. You know, just getting, they don't want to deal with them at all.
Right. Well, because back almost 10 years already, when RSA made a decision that a closure to this shelter workshop would not constitute an appropriate 26 closure, final thing, they pretty much wiped their hands. Unfortunately, what they didn't remember, though, is that, and none of us held them to it, is that there was still a piece of the Workforce Investment Act that still required them to have connections. But they didn't. They just let it go the way it went. So now they're in a little bit of a stymie. So we'll probably hear a little bit more of that from Frank later on, but just to say that I think there may also, again, in regards to what is going on here with this council and what happens coming on forward from the end of 16 into 17, there may need to be a small work team that is focused on the fallout or the implementation of fallout. Fallout of implementation is what I think for WIOA as we go forward, because the state agencies are making decisions and they're not checking first with you guys to find out exactly what needs to happen. So we'll have more on that to go. But the PowerPoint that was provided by the combo deal of labor and VR, that is probably the best news that I can tell you guys, is that indeed there is an ongoing work committee between labor, CV, Commission for the Blind, and Access VR around the implementation of all the regs that are part of this law. And if you read through the PowerPoint and have any questions, please feel free to get back to me and I will help you as best I can. And then the last session that I wanted to highlight was a new tool. It's called mypathnewyork.org. It's really targeting students in transition, although you can certainly use it with any level of individual that you're working with. It is a guiding tool for how to think about the world of work. If you don't have something already in place, you might fully love working with this. It was targeted specifically for people who are have intellectual and developmental disabilities under the project PI, which is Partnerships in Employment for Students, and it just basically goes through. But you can, Caitlin Richardson is the gal from the University of Rochester's USED that has developed all of this, and she is phenomenal. So if you are interested and would like her to make a presentation for your staff on how to use it or what to do with it, they have one slide in here that has there's actually a site demo so that you can play with it if you want, but certainly feel free. All her contact information is in the PowerPoint, and she would be happy to walk you through it and see how you can use it. No sense going and buying expensive tools when these tools are being built with grant funds to do these kinds of things. And this one, it looks like right now the NYSRA system, it will probably interface with MyPath New York. So any of the work that you do with MyPath New York potentially has the opportunity to feed the NYSRA system too. So that's the exciting news as the work that they were doing with Promise.
I would be interested, DOL has skills to pay the bills, like that kind of thing too.
Yeah.
So there's that, there's, you
Well,
know.
in MyPath, what actually happens with MyPath is MyPath links you to all those other tools.
Oh, good.
So instead of trying to figure out how to batch them together, MyPath asks the person that's sitting in front of the screen questions about what you think you want to do, how you want to do it. You click on something and it brings up a box or a picture that describes or answers your question and says, looks like you may not be going down the right path, hence the path. You might want to visit such and such and such and such, and then it helps you, if you haven't had time to learn all those things, it's literally going to give you all the links to all the other resources that could potentially be available for you as the professional working with the person or the person themselves kind of running through that. And then if we can connect, Michael and I are working right now to try to get the Department of Labor's other piece, a new piece in there called an employability scale, which is similar to the way in which all of us can do a credit score scale. You know, you go in and you add different things and it tells you where your credit score is. This employability scale was developed by the Department of Labor to assist people to really figure out same ideas as MyPath, which way are you going, what should you be adding to your thing. They actually were celebrated with what the tool was and got to present it to Vice President Biden a while back. So we're hoping that we might be able to tag this in with all these other things because they're, you know, adult learners, people with disabilities, IDD issues, other kinds of things, everybody needs different kinds of tools. And this one literally is done just like as you add things in, your scale goes up. And there's colors and all this kind of bells and whistles kind of stuff, so it's kind of fun to, you know, if I go to take a course, I could add another layer on my score. You know, I mean, different people react to different things, so there's all this different stuff, and that's all going to get linked together with the MyPath as well. So it continues to need and can have revisions. So again, if you read through it and something's missing, feel free to let Caitlin know. They'd be happy to add stuff as we go along. Okay, so that's all of the highlights of the summit from what we thought. If anybody else saw a presentation, went to one that you want to talk about, here's your moment in time. Anybody?
I think a really great presentation was done by Ed O'Donnell and Judelka Batista.
And what was that one, Ed?
The sad part of it was that it was ghettoized at the end of the day. Only 3 people came. But what I will say is that what we talked about was an application called BrainShark, in which you upload PowerPoints and overlay narratives and videos and can insert pre- and post-testing. And what we use this for is training on core competencies, POM 633.8, and I think is particularly helpful for large agencies that are spread out, like AHRC's got a lot of stuff, or the UCPs, or maybe, you know, where Bill is out in western New York State, you have a lot of rural areas. But I thought the presentation went well, and we actually registered the 3 people there as guests who were able then to log in and create their own BrainShark presentations. So it was fun.
So it worked really well for those 3, and you know, we always have opportunities that if you want to do something in a webinar, WebEx kind of thing for other members, we can certainly explore that, my friend. We do not need you to feel that you were, you know, short-shrifted, right, left in the dust.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Well, Ed, what was the name of your presentation?
I think that was may have been a little bit of the problem because maybe we didn't market it well or title it well. It was called e-learning. So if you look, it's session 20. That was at, I think it was 2 p.m. or 3 p.m.
3 o'clock. Yeah.
3 o'clock on Thursday, and it was on e-learning and distance learning as training tools for DSPs.
Thank you, Ed.
But it is a pretty cool program that they do. So if anybody, again, if you're interested, feel free to email me and I'll connect you to Ed. But it's the training of it's the training of DSP. So it's pretty cool. All right, next slide here. State advocacy issues for 2017. Obviously, I'm proposing that Employment First stays on that. I briefly spoke to you about the employability tool. That's that kit that was put together. They are sending, also, you recently received, oh, this is important. You recently received, or your executives should have received a survey asking them to tell the state of New York's Employment First Commission what they know about Employment First. One of the huge pieces of Employment First initiatives is to assist the population of a state to revisit the value of employment, and that is you stay employment first. That means employment first, not day hab, not clinic, not whatever, employment. So the only way to get at this is to, yeah, they could have sent a survey out and it would have been 58 pages long and nobody would have completed it. So they're actually breaking it up. The commission, these are the state agency commissioners thinking this through, which is kind of interesting. They're going to break it up into a series of surveys and send it out to different components of the field to see who knows what, so that we can figure out then how to do proper technical assistance and or training that might be necessary. So the first was a survey that went out to executive directors. I think it was 6 or 7 questions. It literally just simply asked, are you even aware that there is an initiative, an Employment First initiative happening in New York State? What do you know about it? Does your board know about it? And are you telling your staff about it? I have not heard back from Andy Carhan yet as to whether or not what the return on that was, but each one of the trade associations under the Inclusive Workforce Alliance were asked to promote it and encourage people to complete it so we can figure out how to do that. In the room joining us today also is Desiree Loxpear from NYSRA, and you've been involved on that kind of stuff. Do you want to share a little bit what you've been working on with Employment First? I'll put you on the spot because you're there, girl, so I don't have to do it by myself. But I know you've got some really cool stuff that you're doing with the committee, with Len, right?
We actually
culture
haven't,
change.
but we haven't actually met in a while, so
Okay.
I don't really have anything to update.
That's okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm doing my thing. You know, it's interesting under the Alliance, it's 20 different trade associations, and each one of us has the opportunity to kind of focus in on things that that are happening and need to keep the state agencies online. Culture change is the one that Desiree and Len Statham from NYSRA kind of focused on, and it was these surveys that came out that was their, part of their idea to keep an eye on what was going on. So we'll give you more news as it comes up, but I just want to make sure that all of you are aware of the fact that the surveys are coming out, and on purpose they're coming out in different sections in order to make sure that the targeted audience doesn't get overwhelmed and we get answers back. So keep that up. And then, yeah.
Don't you think, though, that again, this is going to require all assistants speaking to one another and sitting down in the same room?
Yes, and they are. At commissioner's level,
No, I
they
mean
are.
at this level, but when it gets down to the DROs who write the PISP, for example, and you get a PISP that requires someone to go to a center-based or a program without walls with maybe 2 days of pathways. I mean, that's not employment first. That's a combination of. So I mean, it requires everybody talking to each other. And we don't seem to be having that on many of the levels. It's up here, but it's not reaching down to.
And that is the reason for, because we're still figuring it out. I mean, the good news, right, is that we didn't go with train everybody.
Right.
Because train everybody turns into nothing other than everybody getting stuck having to go to training, and what does that really mean? So they're doing it, they're kind of, like slicing things in different ways, just like, that kind of thing, to kind of figure out where the technical assistance is really needed and how will we do it.
I think
it's our weakest point in the state.
And it boils down to funding again.
Yeah, it will.
It boils down to how do we make this work? How do you keep an agency running when you've got leases, you've got this, you've got that, and you've got to fill slots, and you're, I mean, everybody, at that level, the executives are thinking about, well, how do I keep all the balls in the air? And that, I think, is what is the issue. is really.
Well, it's a combination of a bunch of things. I think one of the bigger, correct me if I'm wrong, Des, but one of the things that people are also focused on in the advocacy world is, especially from the independent living centers mode, is that there's an underestimation of what people with disabilities can and cannot do. And so if nothing else, a campaign that looks at trying to remind people that if you shoot high, then you might come in right below it. If you shoot low, you'll always come in low.
Right.
So that culture discussion, right? I mean,
Well, part of it too, I mean, culturally, it goes back to you, there's a lot of balls in the air, and making sure that agencies are starting to share that information about those other kinds of options at all levels of their organization. And there's going to be that person that's going to go to the conference and maybe went to the summit or something else, and they're going to have that information, but how does it get to everybody else? And being able to incorporate some of the new thinking that's going on in your organization. So that's another huge piece of it. And then, how do you train your staff on it to be able to function with that? So you're talking about a service coordinator who's really not aware of employment first options. Of course, they're only going to put down what they know because they haven't been taught to think outside of that box or to even understand that there is a box necessarily that they need to think outside of, that it's okay to consider this person for a creative employment option that may never have been considered in the past.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
so that's I think the first level of trying this is awareness. And surveys have a way of teaching people as well as gathering information, and that's the intent of the work committee that Desiree and Len are heading up under the association. So.
And again, attending meetings like this where you're going to go back and you're going to talk to your teams about it, so it's only a handful of agencies, but that's a place to start.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Because the next thing is you're going to be presenting at the next summit, and somebody else is going to hear about it, and how did you get there? That's really cool. So, there are a number of components to it.
And I think too that Andy's approach to getting having each of the people who receive state contracts hire at least one person. That's the state itself putting the message out there that would model after us. This is what we're doing.
They're trying.
Yeah,
they're trying, but because it would to just do an artificial percentage. First of all,
Right.
they don't have anybody to monitor it, and how would you anyway? How would you actually decide what's 5% or what's 7% or something? It'll be artificial. It'll never get anywhere. So, okay. But to actually ask 250,000 businesses in New York that have state contracts to understand that people with disabilities can and should be a part of your workforce, and here's information that you may not have known anything about. And so those letters are going out. And I honestly, personally, I think that's better than fighting a civil service system that's so antiquated and won't change and is governed by the unions that, please, they have to talk about it, but there's nothing that's really going to play out because we don't have a state advocate anymore.
Right, and it also limits people because there's only so far you can go in those positions.
Yes, exactly. I was listening to some of the rules that went along with 55B.
They're horrible.
Why do it? Why do it?
So such a production.
I'd say such a silo system too. I mean, you're constantly still having the word disability, plastered on your forehead. So.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely.
So the last thing on this bullet here is the Disability New York rights. Disability should be Disability Rights New York, not Disability New York. I apologize. But you have this handout in your thing. This is all here for you guys too. This is a final report that they prepared in order to kind of do a review of all the things that are happening in the state related to work. And it's interesting. I'm not going to, they did a phenomenal job during the Partnership and Employment meeting going through everything. I was very impressed with the gal from Disability Rights New York who, wow, she got it. But conflicts and the differences and how they don't complement each other between states, this is a really neat little paper that talks to that. And again, they're not basically going to do anything other than put this papers out. As advocates, there may be things in here that you might find we need to pay more attention to over others, and certainly we can do that. So I put this paper out to you guys as something to take, when you're bored and have nothing else to do, take a look at it, and maybe there's something in there that we need to consider for our 2017 advocacy agenda. I know that the three the tri-chairs of this council are interested in making sure that NYSRA has some real specific employment advocacy points added to the 2017 list. So perhaps there's something embedded in here that we might be able to utilize. Okay, so anybody takes a moment to read through that policy stuff and has some ideas, feel free to email any of the tri-chairs or certainly can connect with me. I do not, the next bullet there, the Provider Association update was what was supposed to happen this morning, and it didn't get off the bat till 10:20. So is down at that meeting and will hopefully give us an update when he returns later this afternoon. It finishes at noon or before that, so we'll hold on that. Okay, next, let's do waiver services. Ed, you're up first. Community pre-vote in your services prior to ADM. Would you like to share with your colleagues?
Ed, your phone is muted. Okay, there you go.
Okay.
There you go. Now
we were a little bit of background. Goodwill made a commitment to closing its sheltered workshop, and what we did was we met with a local GDRO, and they gave us a lot more units of day hab. And this was a sort of a way to help us mix pre-voc and day hab funding go out into the community. So then we created a model that ultimately looked like what is now called community-based pre-voc. And so the Salon and her people came down and looked at what we were doing. And from that, they were very happy. They liked it and used it as a sort of springboard to develop their model. So when community-based pre-voc was allowed, starting 7/1/15, we immediately, since we no longer even had a sheltered workshop and we're only in the community, we launched hourly billing. And so then what seemed to have happened is we kept expecting that there was going to be an ADM and written guidance and there would be no problem. And then we hear, not too long ago, a month ago, 2 months ago, that the ADM will be issued, but the date on the ADM will roughly be 7/1/16, or maybe even later, could be September of 16, because apparently those who are in power and authority would not allow Salon to backdate the ADM to 7/1/15. So what she said on that conference call, and Marty Gold was on that call, I don't think Marty's on the phone today, is she?
I'm here.
Yep, she's there.
Marty and I chatted about this a little bit, and I'd like to talk with some other people about it also. Simply that we're left hanging. That she said, that Salon said that she would create some guidelines, some information that the OMIG could use when the OMIG audited programs that actually delivered this service between 7/1/15 and 6/30/16, or possibly September of 16. So my concern is that maybe some agencies that did a little bit of this aren't too worried about it, because even if they get their hands slapped, there wasn't much of it done. We, on the other hand, and some other agencies, and that's where I'm a little unclear, wound up doing all of our pre-vote services this way. And so therefore, maybe I've got, maybe the budget that year for those 12 months was $750,000. And should there be an extrapolation beyond that, going backwards to the facility stuff, I could have a lot of vulnerability in an OMIG audit if there isn't firmer guidance and or backdating of the ADM. So I just sort of wondering there whether or not other people were in a similar situation.
And aren't there many issues, including transportation supports? Was that part of the discussion with your group?
I don't recall that part. I mean, you could be right on that. It's not on my radar at the moment. It's more the general billing for the day, less about transportation. So.
Yeah, with that, the next one on the transportation, I don't see Ann Speziak, but Bill's here. He knows the police, but I will go there next. So does anybody else that's participating today have a reaction to that comment? Are you engaged in a similar kind of situation and would like to meet by phone with Ed, Marty, and I at a later date to kind of take this all up? What are you thinking?
This is Marty. Can you hear me?
I can. Go, girl.
I think one of the issues for us is, unlike Ed, it was not a total switch over to community-based pre-vote, or because we have a combination of site and community-based pre-vote, and with the definition of the two not being clear, especially around certified sites during this period, that's another area of vulnerability that as to which pre-vote service was being billed, whether it was being billed appropriately. There was a lot of official and unofficial statements made through OPWDD around that for that period of time, and so that's just another area that I think needs discussing.
Okay. So I'm not hearing from other people, but certainly we recently put up a colleague would like to know question, and we encourage you to take a look at that, or again, just send an email directly to me. Yeah, Pat, this is a problem for us too, and we'll approach this. Whether there's just the 2 of you or there's 10 of you, we'll take a look at this, because each of you have been promised something, and that's not going to get left alone. So we'll go there. The other bullet under this community pre-vote discussion relates to that's been going on in Western New York around transportation, and I know, Bill, you have a group of people that actually took this to Senator Ort, and want to just kind of fill the group in, if you wouldn't mind, since I don't see Ann Speziak on the thing, but she was the one that started this. So.
Again, a number of agencies that have operated site-based pre-vocational services. In the rate methodology, there always has been transportation to support individuals getting to and from their work, their employment situation. As those programs moved into community pre-voc funding, as it stands now, there is no rate methodology for transportation or even billing time until the individual gets to their community employment situation.
Which is somewhat like what I was talking about before, the other thing that they have. So
a number of agencies, and even some agencies that were utilizing BIP funding initially as part of the conversion, had transportation, which was approved in the BIP funding to continue that transportation piece. And now that has come to an end, there was expectations that there would be some sort of rate methodology to provide transportation, especially as they're helping people to become more independent than they currently are, but not ready to use public transportation, whether it's metro or paratransit, if that's available. And then there's lots of individuals that live far enough off from any public transportation that it's not practical to even utilize public transportation. What are their options to continue to get to and from their employment? And that's continuing to be worked out. There has been discussions with Salon, and she's doing what she can, or what she to try and work in or look at options within whatever is going to come out with the final community pre-vote ADM. Again, we're still operating on the draft from March of 2015.
Okay. mean, it's become a big enough issue in Western New York with the group out there that they've pulled together and as a region. Are there similar issues happening in other places around this, Fran? As she leans up on the table, which gives me a symbol that she's got.
It just falls in line with all of the other issues. You know, I'm talking about respite, where the ridiculous rule is if you're doing hourly respite and you're doing it in a rec style because of all of the conversions that occurred, you can't bill when you pick the person up at the home. You can't count that time until they're at the first site. So if you pick somebody up, you know, a half an hour to the movie center, you know, you can't, or mini golf or whatever it is, so that falls, these are falling in line with a pattern that's already established. It's quite concerning that there has not been any resolution done on that end. Dayhab has never been able to start until you are at your first site. Community, you know, any type of respite is the same way. So they're looking at it as not paying for transportation, you know, which makes me think about a while ago where there was this big thing about transportation. If you were going to have vehicles covered by DOT, they wanted to pull that out into the Medicaid direct, everybody being vendors. So
That goes online January 1, 2017 for all
yeah, I mean, it's just,
programs.
it's just all falling into...
Right. You're a service provider, you're a transportation provider, they don't, the conflict-free kind of thing, they don't want the two to be happening. Well, that's fine if there's a system that can do that, but there isn't necessarily a system across our state that is capable of doing all that, is what I'm hearing. So. Okay.
And it's not only the transportation, you know, the vehicles and the gas and insurance and all that stuff. It's the down staff time.
Right.
Hey guys, it's Ann Stesiak. I'm on the line.
Yay! Hi, Ann.
I heard you were looking for me.
Well, Bill did a great job, and Fran is reinforcing that it seems to be lining up with all of the services under OPWD. It'll be interesting to see what plays out, just to kind of not forget the MH side. As HARP asks for the same kinds of services, has the OMH system figured out the transportation piece? And on that, I just made a note to myself to get a hold of Liam to figure out, Liam and Doug, where transportation fits into all this, because certainly this is, if it's the same thing, then build it, you know what I mean? Build the transportation system to support all this, because Fran is saying that, you know, all the other services, and we even heard what Ed was saying about they have, that in billing of a service under the home and community-based waiver begins when they get to where they're going to receive the ultimate service. The transportation moment has to be something else. So what have you heard on top of that, Ann, that you want to add to what Bill has shared already? And that was, you know, the juice of
Well, I'm having, again, some very kind of more individualized conversations with OPWD, you know, given our BIF transformation plan and that we've already completed the transformation of our workshop, you know, and that all of a sudden, you know, that we kind of heard on the side at a supported employment directors meeting that happened in Rochester that, oh, by the way, transportation to from is not included in the rate. It's like, how can anyone write a transformation plan for a workshop program without transportation? Because, again, how else are people going to get there? So I've just been really kind of pushing that. At first, OPWDD thought it was just an issue for Canaletian, and I tried to really explode that issue by saying it's an issue for Canaletian right now because I closed my workshop. And so when we were able to present a lot of data, I'm not sure if Bill shared through Donnie, with to Senator Ortreach, you know, just showing the vast numbers of people that require to-from transportation to get to work, be it community community pre-vote, be it SEMP, be it, you know, pathway, any of those things. And that, again, the integrated business we wanted to open was not a transportation company. So no, I don't want to take on that. I can't do it as efficiently as a transportation company. I don't want to run a fleet. I don't want to have a fleet of vehicles. I want to run a manufacturing facility, you know. So they still keep bringing it back, unfortunately, to, well, what's my issue and what are my costs to Canaletian, which in the very short term for me is great, but in the very long term isn't good, you know, for how we're going to continue on with our new integrated business model if they aren't including to-from transportation. So we definitely got the ear of the commissioner through our lobbying with Senator Ort, and I'm definitely getting a lot of questions asked back and forth, and I'm prepared to send a letter that pushes the cost of transportation onto the individuals that we serve, and I'm looking for a contact person that the families can contact at OPWDD to sort of say, okay, I can't answer your question, but this person can as to why it's not included, and they're just telling me to wait on that letter. So I'm hopeful, but not optimistic, maybe, or too, you know, but I mean, I just in the gong, so.
Yep, yep. Great. Okay, well, it looks like we've got two things that are playing out here under community pre-vote for sure, as well as beyond that, based on the way Fran, you just kind of summarized beautifully how it seems to be affecting all services under the waiver, is that your service can't start billing until you start. You're at the first site or wherever that is going to play out. So we'll keep those
They did suggest that they're going to look at my day hab transportation and how they could then convert that to pre-vote. But then I'm like, so if I'm doing day hab at hubs, you know, out in the community and no longer at one certified facility, how are they going to get to the hubs? So if you take it out of day hab and give it to me in pre-vote, then what's going to happen to my people in day hab? So that was very confusing solution.
Because they are, you know, still working on a rob Peter to pay Paul. It doesn't work here with this, we'll do it with that. So, you know, the whole system, just like all of you have had to review and revise what your plans are for your whole agency services, especially if you have a work center. It sounds like OPWD needs to do the same thing. And actually, we're experiencing on the MH side, the very same thing is starting to happen. They created a system and it isn't necessarily working, and they're trying again to band-aid things like they've done in the past, admitting that maybe the exact operation that they've designed is not going to work and they've got to go back to scratch. So we'll see what plays out. But thank you for sharing those two. We'll keep them on the top.
You're welcome.
I am now going to
I'm going to mute myself.
You can mute yourself. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you for writing founder for us. We appreciate it. Michael, I'm going to pass the baton to you and Bill and Chris and Steve around SIMP. And I know we were supposed to meet with Commissioner Delaney yesterday, and it got canceled because I think she was called to the governor's office. So when the governor calls, commissioners answer. So we had no choice. But there's some other cool stuff.
The consequences, yes.
So I would like to pass the baton to you.
Okay, we'll try. Bill, Chris,
and
Steve is getting on at 12.
Steve Tyler's on his way. He's walking up the block right now. So.
Help me with this, if you will. So we have had we've had a series of conversations that have started with OPWD, actually I think resulting from our some of the linkages that we made at the Community Integration Leadership Institute back in June. Our keynote speaker at that time was Serena Lowe from ACL, and we had extensive conversations with her about some of the challenges that were being faced by providers on a variety of fronts. And we, given her background she came from ODEP before that, we had lots of conversations about employment supports, including OPWD's supported employment supports, and the existing billing structure that now is in place with the 15-minute billing increments and documentation requirements, et cetera, et cetera. And she said, well, I don't think that was the federal government's response. I don't think that was, the federal government made do that. The New York State wanted to do that. Excuse me? New York State wanted to do that? That's not certainly what the state has told us. And so she made a connection with Melissa Harris for us at CMS. She's one of the deputy policy directors at CMS. And we had a really positive conversation. Actually, it was the three associations that hosted the event back in June: NYSRA, NYSRA, and NYSRA. So we had a really good conversation with Melissa, and we talked generally about these issues. We were giving examples of, for example, supported employment and 15-minute billing increments, and she repeated the same thing, saying, well, I don't think we really required you to do that. I think New York State, wanted to impose that itself. And she said, but let me check that out. So she did. She got back to us and quickly said, no, that wasn't us. So we took that to OPWDD and to DOH almost simultaneously. Because it was essentially an indication or a sign that they are willing, they being CMS, are willing to consider some type of different type of methodology. So we've got now actually two things going on here, which we're going to talk about a little bit in greater detail about value-based payments in a few minutes. But we've managed to strike up a good conversation, particularly with OPWDD, that took place, looking for it, September 7th, I wrote down. We had representatives from a number of the organizations that are struggling with the existing SEMP methodology. And so we have, we convened a meeting, we got a meeting with Colleen DeSanto, Savannah Myers, Eva Kindo, and Megan O'Connor. And we had representatives from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 10 of us essentially from NYSRA itself and NYSRA, APSI, and DONI representatives that have been really struggling with the existing SEMP methodology, the rate methodology. And we brought some of the information that we have been able to glean from 5 organizations that are really struggling with it, and indeed indicated to us that they were considering whether they should even continue to provide supported employment, OPWDD supported employment services. We brought the results of essentially of an analysis for each of 5 organizations that that showed essentially on a month-to-month basis the revenue loss or the loss or surplus associated with supported employment for that organization since actually before the implementation of the new SEMP methodology, and then right through till, I want to say till July or June, yeah. So it really gave us a good snapshot, if you will, of several of those organizations that are indeed struggling. And that was complemented very nicely by some of the information that APSI brought to the table of a survey of 10 providers within the Capital District region providing OPWD supported employment supports, which really fully reinforced, if you will, all of what we've been saying, we've been experiencing, I think, through and has been demonstrated through some of the surveys that we put together. So long story short, we had a great meeting, I think, with OPWDD. We had an opportunity to kind of engage in some really, I think, constructive dialogue about how the organizations are struggling, what they have done or have not done, how they are structuring or not restructuring their operations. And I think that we've got, them paying attention to this. Jack Campbell was really particularly articulate at the end of the meeting to really put a really fine point on this for OPWDD, saying, you know, if you don't change this essentially by June of next year, if this is not fully changed by June of next year, I need to go to my board with a decision about whether we continue or not with this support. So you essentially have this period of time to make a change, to implement a change. And in some of the conversations I've had with John Kemmer and others at NYSRA, maybe it should even be a shorter time period than to June. Maybe it should even be the beginning of next year. But I think we've got some, I think we had some constructive dialogue about potentially some new billable activities. We also had some conversation about ways in which to potentially change and modify the way in which organizations are accumulating time that can be billed. So whether that has to be in a day, or maybe we could move that to a week or a longer period of time, so that if I'm seeing Chris and I'm supporting Chris on a on a regular basis, and I provide Chris with 4 supports throughout the week, it doesn't have to be all in one day. Instead, it could be spaced out over a bigger period of time, and then you could essentially accumulate that time, round it down to the nearest quarter-hour increment, and then be able to bill for that amount. That seemed to be something that was not off the table. Certainly seemed to be something that was being willing to be considered by OPW. And in fact, I think Salon believes that that OPWDD has the authority to make a change like that, even without a DOH participating in that.
Yeah, so it certainly wasn't presented like this is impossible what he's asking for. It was exactly. Like this could be possibly doable.
Exactly.
I think a lot of it was related to the 15-minute increments with, for example, if you did 12 minutes of a phone call and maybe the follow-up call was the next day for 12 minutes, you wouldn't be able to bill for those 24 minutes. Right. But if we bundled it over a week versus a day,
But I still think that, I mean,
It's still a lot of paperwork.
what it is.
It's not ideal,
is
it's a
you've
small
got- Yeah, you've got a major problem with the oversight and the administrative and the quality assurance with any type of 15-minute billing in hour increments. We've had that problem with Community Hub. We have all of these programs because of the hours that are unassociated with direct service time. The audits are incredible. I mean, it's one little mistake, and yeah, you think, okay, that's 1 unit of 15 minutes, but it's extrapolated. So not only that, but the actual, billing of the service, in the back office functions, just complicate this process and makes it so labor intensive that your margins are still very thin anyways. I think there's a higher risk of audit issues when you say, okay, over the course of the week we could add up all that time.
True.
Because you're taking a DSP who's got to keep track of all of that.
True.
And I just...
I think that part is true. I would agree with you, but I think there may be other ways of doing it.
Right.
There may be
Yeah,
other
I think
ways,
that's
rather
the
than
point.
2 minutes, 3 minutes, 7 minutes, 12
Maybe
minutes. So
more
you're right. I think that
A
could
note,
be.
and then a note, each one of those increments needs
Requires
a
a
note.
Yeah.
And then a note on the note, because the note's billable. So you have the note on the note, it's
And
like,
that's got to be reviewed by program
absolutely.
supervisors.
Absolutely.
It was never built into the rate methodology.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a large issue.
So, and at the end of the day, somebody's got to bundle all of that.
Right.
And that's not covered.
But there may be some way, let's just think it through. So if we conceptually agree, yes, there's costs related to things like that, there may be some other mechanism which OPW could allow equivalency of that to happen without 18,000 pieces of paper and documentation and back office work to pull down $100. I think there may be some other ways. So I agree. I don't think we want to, set this up like that, because that seems like major action.
I think simplify it. This whole concept of, document on the direct service, then you need to document on your documentation. No, it should be all inclusive. I'm working, with Fran. I did my direct service at 10 on site. Of course, it's a 20-minute drive. All of that should be inclusive of it, because what's happening is they're pulling this stuff out. You got to look at your community pre-book. You got to look at your day have without walls. You got to, look at the whole picture and pull it together.
Right, but you could, thinking this out loud, top of my head, notion, but they were potentially open, we didn't know this might to maybe increasing the rate a little bit, because what they came out to was that the assumption was made as this was being developed a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, that people in extended might need 200 hours, people in intensive may need 250, you get more if you need it, that kind of thing. The average for the first year was 132 hours, so they're saying the hours are less, so total spend is going to be less than what they had planned. So there may be a way to kind of up the rates. So maybe a piece of this also is, how do you tie into all these little administrative pieces an increased rate to compensate for all those pieces, so that you don't have to do all those little pieces. Like get a better rate on the core service rather than have to kind of cut and paste all these little pieces that happen, but kind of get a better overall rate which would absorb those pieces.
They
Might
said,
be a simpler
right,
way.
they said they picked those hours because they thought that would make us whole. And they were very surprised that we didn't use all of those hours. So they were very open to negotiating and monitoring that.
And that's a conversation that they're engaging with DOH in right now, as I understand. So.
The other thing that we talked about too was adding some other billable services. For example, money management as it relates to your paycheck. Because that's something right now that doesn't seem to be an issue, but it's absolutely needed.
You made a pretty strong case that it was directly related to retaining a job. If you're unable to pay your rent for a month or two, you don't have a place to live, you don't have a place to rest, you don't have a place to get ready to work, you're not going to maintain your job.
They were thinking about benefits management through going to an outside source, but we brought it back to no, how do you manage
At a certain level.
How do you manage your paycheck money? How do you use it? How do you, we just had a situation recently where, I don't want to go into it on the air, but not a great situation with someone who didn't know how to manage a paycheck and an online banking app. So again, so much is needed for people in this world that's so technological, and that requires time, and it needs to be available. I think the other thing that I pushed for too was non-Medicaid service coordination for the time between a person leaves access and gets eligible. And the commissioner said, well, how much time would you be talking about? And I think I said like a year or maybe a little more, however long the average is, because it's really a really long time. Again, she took notes, so I was encouraged that that may be something.
But that may be a way to compensate for that cost.
Because we're all eating it.
Yeah,
We're all, you know, none of us are being reimbursed for that, so.
So two other things, go ahead. No.
Again, there's lost time with people as they move from intensive services, they stabilize, and need to continue to receive those supports through extended services. And there are lags of time in enrollment into OPW SEM services, and that's all lost revenue until they're finally enrolled. And the time periods vary based on circumstances for each individual, whether it's the family, whether it's the MSC, whatever. You can go 1 to 2 to 3 months in some cases where they're not enrolled. So we're, as a provider, providing services, and there never will be reimbursement.
So two other things that kind of came out of that meeting, one of which was that's where we learned that Salon and Lynn would be doing site visits to organizations that are experiencing some significant hardship based on the data that they have, that they are collecting through claims processing. So, and we also know that they're not only visiting organizations that are struggling to provide some technical assistance, they've also been visiting some organizations that are apparently doing quite well under the new rate structure, in part to try to be able to help provide some technical assistance of what is working in other organizations. We've had conversations internally about whether that's moving from an individual to more of a group model or not. Some organizations seem to be doing that, others are not. Some are making that part of their success package. Others are not at all, are remaining completely as individual supports. So there's lots of things kind of percolating there. We know that Salon and Lynn are on the road. I think, in fact, there's some visits taking place today. I know that they're going through the rest of the month at least.
Next Wednesday.
You next Wednesday? Okay. And I know that there's already follow-up conversations between you and some others of what did you learn, what happened, because she's coming to me next week.
And you got an email telling you what you had to have ready?
Yes.
Okay.
What are they asking for? Can you tell us?
They're asking for caseload size, they're asking for
Say that again, please.
caseload size, they're asking for, what was it, there's a whole list, just about a gazillion things. Qualifications of your staff, rate of pay, where you're located, transportation, the geographics area, tying into, they didn't ask a lot about the pathways in the community remote stuff, but I'm thinking that that's going to be the next step. Who writes your plans, those types of things. And then there was a bunch of business office stuff.
Qualification in terms of the innovations, trainings, verification.
No, it was the DSCs.
One of the things that Salon has talked about, and it came up at this meeting, was that there is a belief, at least from their evaluation of some of the data, that there is that people are being underserved. Getting back to that 132 hours on the average. And I think one of the areas that has been identified as quote-unquote career development, for lack of a better way to put it, of helping people explore new options and potential opportunities for growth and promotion, etc., which I think is going to be part of what is coming out of, or are going to be suggested as technical assistance coming out of some of the visits from Lynn and Salon. One of the other things, we can't let this pass without going talking about it. Hans did a nice job. I think I did a little of this. Jack brought it back, and others did. This is in the context. We're talking about supported employment in the context of a brand new totally different type of operational structure for these organizations across the board. So yes, it has been challenging. Yes, it is a brand new great methodology. It requires us to do all kinds of new things. We feel like we didn't get nearly enough lead up time to be able to actually make those changes and implement those changes, hence the reason that we've asked for things like a contingency fund and things like that. But this isn't a rate rationalized structure, a post-rate rationalization world, if you will. So these organizations are unable to take revenue or surpluses from one area of service operation and apply it to another area where there is a deficit for even a time as we're trying to rejigger a whole system and reconfigure that to be able to make it work. And that's, I think, a major piece of what many of these organizations are going through.
Well, the deficit list gets shorter, longer, and the surplus list gets shorter.
That's right. And it puts organizations in the position where they're going to need to make. Jack said this very, very pointedly, and I've said this to both Solana and Carrie several times. It really scares me that some organizations may not be doing the 1.5, 2-year trajectory or viewpoint down the road to figure out whether they're going to need to jettison certain programs that are loss leaders for them because it's sinking the organization as a whole. And that's the world and the reality in which these organizations have to operate. And they need to understand that that's what you are.
Jack more or less said towards the end of the meeting, nobody's talked about the elephant in the room, and meaning the rate rationalization. He said that they've already closed, or a number of agencies, and I think they were one that's already closed EI.
Yes, we did.
Right? Right. And then some of the other programs that he was concerned about too in his own agency. It wasn't just
all three of them
them.
up. It was supported employment, respite, and community health. And it's like, if you don't fix this, I've got to get rid of it because it's sinking the organization.
Yeah.
And
I know we're in some direction, which is what that whole movement should be going towards. Here's the list. I just pulled it up. What Salon, and this was sent directly by Salon to Jack. They want 5 sump claims, checklists, and monthly summaries. And then they also said it would be helpful to get a better understanding of the following: the number of coaches and job developers should have, FTEs dedicated to OPW employment, caseload size, number of hours of service a coach or developer provides per month, geographic distribution of coaches and developers, administrative staff involved in SEMP, who does the documentation, meaning the checklist, the monthly summaries, information on how the staff are trained on allowable SEMP services, and the documentation requirements, information on how supervisors are trained to support the staff, technology and or other tools to track staff time providing some services, activities that you are not able to bill for, where do some referrals come from, Access VR schools, other day programs, our other OPW employment services, pathways, ETP, community pre-vote, and how do these departments work together? So they'd like all of that.
Same department.
Yeah,
Departments, right. Oh, you mean when I take this hat off and put this on?
Yeah, or no, not even that, you just flip it around.
Even doctors.
Ask them to be Leonardo da Vinci.
I lost 3 out of my staff.
3 staff already?
Well, when it first came up between July and October, by the end of October, I had lost 3 staff that had been with us and as coaches for more than 3 years. So, just finding those people and bringing them back in and training this.
And it's tough too for us because we compound the issue because they do school to work also. We don't have a separate data.
They're cross-trained to be able to handle employment services across the board.
Permutations of service, funding, and learning that and getting good at it.
Access VR, access, and
service. Yes.
that's what we talked about too, the fact that we're set up
We
to
have
do
one trying to do
both, and yet,
and they will, you have to just turn this thing on.
Well, it's also
And
what
you-
you think. Good, sorry.
I was just going to ask Bill to just, and Bill's talked about, you guys, people have modified the way in which you're kind of recruiting at this point, right? I mean, you've had to change your qualifications, for lack of a better way to put it?
Well, yes, and again, we've, as much as we can, reduced any expenses. I mean, it means downsizing support staff to try and manage the considerable real reduction in revenue coming in to support, you know, the 200 plus people we serve in OPW supported employment.
Which you got some nice ink on, by the way. Congratulations, that was great.
So, a couple of thoughts on that list that looking at, like when you start thinking about an analysis of this, the Franny list, the salon list.
The Franny list.
When you look at that list, you think about, like, did she ask about number of people in individual versus groups at all?
No, that was just.
Okay, so like some of the things that have been teased out for me, that, you know, as our analysis has been going on the last year here, is that organizations that do very little group seem to be higher in the mix of having trouble, all right?
Yep.
So that, I think a common denominator clearly is the more groups, the more individual ETP kind of work that you may be doing, people with more significant disabilities that can justify much higher hours. Those kind of combinations kind of lead you to a more likely successful financial picture because you have those assets to kind of look at. And Bill and I were talking earlier, and it was just like the notion of, like, where are you putting the marker from a productivity perspective with each staff person? Because unless you're kind of in that 85-90% range, you're going to have a lot of trouble making this work, period. You know, that you know, anything, I think, lower than that, if you're thinking a staff member can do 60% or 50% of their bill time billable, there's no way you can make this work, even with a lot of group stuff, so that it's the high productivities in that mix. And it seemed to be another common denominator with agencies that are really struggling, and I'm sure there's some within the cities as well, but being outside of an urban center, I think was a factor to look at.
Absolutely.
Not always, but a factor, clearly.
Well, 4 of the 5 that we were bringing to the table were representing some pretty rural areas.
Right. And not enough, you know, small programs.
For the groups.
That's right.
Because there's not employers in the area
Enough to
to entertain a group.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get it,
Most of it is all.
But the thing is too, and we spoke about this, was that if for those of us who've been doing supported employment or employment for many, many years, the model was always an individual place, not a group. I mean, groups were looked down upon.
Yeah.
Person-centered.
Yeah.
Person-centered.
Right. I mean, we never did an enclave, nor would we ever. You know, that was the way we came up through this, and yet, you know, I get it. If you live in wherever you live, and we kind of share rural and, I mean, we're a little bit of everything. We're Long Island and a city, so we're a little bit of everything. But this system is kind of pushing us to that, which goes against like best practice in supported employment. You go back to the early days of you know, Virginia Commonwealth and all of those guys. I mean, that is not what they wanted us to do or felt was appropriate. I wouldn't want to go to work with Marta and Pat and you every day and do what you do. I love you all, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? Everybody's got their own, but yet we're forcing people into that round.
Careful with employers too. They
Yes.
don't want to know what our problems are.
Yeah.
Right. We have to, it's never said, in my opinion, about our employers. So we have to be careful there.
Some of the issues, again, going back, is globally, I think OPW looked at how can they redevelop, redesign a system that will encourage greater direct services working with individuals on a monthly basis to expand that, what they perceive the lack of career development, the lack of job retention, and in designing a quarter hour, they latched on to that model to force, and not recognizing that if someone's doing well in their job at a business, the employer doesn't necessarily want extended periods of time where the job coach when they're not needed, only when they're needed. So they, again, expected that we were going to use 200 hours or 250 hours a year, where the statewide average is about 10 hours a month per individual for agencies that are doing okay, and you have programs that are only providing a few hours a month because right now the individuals don't require more than that of direct service at the job site. And those programs are running into issues based on the design.
But yeah.
We shared in our surveys, that there is a considerable number of individuals who have maintained their employment for in excess of 10 years, and that, I think that was one of the areas that the commissioner was somewhat surprised that many people, have remained employed in.
Well, especially because Ceylon's report to the Provider Association and to the commissioner has been the reason all these changes had to take place was because we didn't have people actually staying 5+ years, but not according to you guys, and I.
What after year one, was there increased system growth for OPW, and is there increased job retention? Because those are system goals.
System growth defined as?
More people in SEMP now than there were the year before.
Yes.
And more people keeping their jobs now than before.
She said that, yes.
Yeah,
Do we
those
not-
numbers were at 9, I think, 9 and change thousand, if I'm not mistaken. I just heard recently, I'm not aware, but up from just slightly less, more than 8, excuse me.
Go ahead, phone.
This is Marty. One fallacy in the argument around job retention is that, we see a lot of, especially working with younger people going into their first supported employment job, like the rest of the population, they are not going to stay in that job for a long period of time. The chances of them being unsuccessful after a while and needing to be replaced and not having the maturity to know how to leave a job gracefully, those are all factors that that are that are problematic, probably skew some of of this. But when we're placing a 19, a 20, a 22-year-old, we're not expecting 3 to 5 years of job retention.
Good point.
So, that's, our models and our services are based on you place somebody and you keep them, you keep them there. And even if you're going to be doing career exploration, a lot of the people we work with, it's really hard for them to get disenchanted with one job, stick to that while they're looking for something else. And a lot of times there are some gaps in between, and that's part of, I see that as part of the process that especially young people go through, whether they have a developmental disability or not.
It's a whole new norm on this.
We've tried, I don't know how successful we, as manager, almost ashamed to say how successful we've been on this, but on the retention side, the activity career advancement, they didn't really articulate exactly what that is, and that's a good thing because they leave it up to us as professionals to know how to do that. And I'm glad they're not saying, well, John, career advancement is this and this and this and that. No, but we like to look at ways to enrich the job while they're there and say, okay, what can we do to make the job more tasks or diversify the tasks, and that's where job development can work also and meet with the supervisor. Have you noticed Johnny attitude or things he's learning, he or she's learning? And it's nice if the supervisor said, yes, I have. Well, what that means is, more pay or diversifying the job, things like that, and at least it keeps the individual more interested in it. Maybe that can affect retention.
I think the other thing.
I don't know how we've been at it, but we're thinking about that in terms of what activity number 13, career advancement.
No,
So
it's
trying to do that.
That's definite. I think the other thing is too, when we talk about people that have been working for a long time, even though we may only be giving 10 hours a month or 12 hours a month or whatever, the staff that are working with those individuals have 100% knowledge of the site, the staff, the supervisors, the job itself. They're keeping track of in obviously much less time than someone who's intensive, but they have that innate knowledge of everything. And when there is an issue, because of their experience and they have the knowledge, they can go in and fix it. Whatever they need to do, new supervisor, new staff person, and new, that expertise has got to be valued at something more than the 10 hours a month that we can bill for. Because the expertise is what we bring with us when we go in there, and that's what we always say is so invaluable. that you can't reproduce that with a new staff member who just goes in, because, so I think that's another way of a value-based payment also is.
Perfect segue.
Yeah.
Michael, why don't you guys continue to talk a little bit more about the value-based payment discussion, because we're going to break soon for lunch, and I think if you just want to introduce what we did, how we did it.
Can you minimize the PowerPoint, and I pulled up the document that we were.
And just one last thought on the other thing, on the Fran list again. So the notion being that if organization X is also doing like Pathway or Community Hab in that mix, it's not necessarily a positive financial aspect because you're doing those things. And I think there may have been some assumptions made that doing Pathway and some of these other things in connection with SEMP may help you, but so far from a financial standpoint, that's not what we're seeing yet. We're seeing, you know, the cost exceeding actually the revenue return, and it's complicated. So I think kind of that notion, you know, if you put these together, your whole might be better. I'm not so sure that's going to be true yet for most.
Yeah.
Mr. Crown, before we go right into BBP, I know you are on the, at least your name is showing up as present, and you're on mute, but if you, do you have any thoughts to share with your colleagues? Because I know you and Michael, he shared with me that you and he were conversing during Summit about individual placements in your agency seeming to figure out the matrix here. So I'm putting you on the spot on purpose.
And you don't know he's there.
Oh,
I'm here.
Wait, give Stephen a chance to...
Are you finished?
For the newbies on the phone, we apologize for the oldsters here teasing each other. But seriously, Stephen, is there thoughts that you might want to share just briefly, and then maybe we should have a sidebar another time about how you guys are making it work at NYSRA AHRC?
Well, I will say, and I'd like to have a sidebar, but just in general, we do very tight scheduling for services that have been defined in the HAB plans. We try to maximize people's time, both being effective and efficient. Most folks, you know, operated a lot looser when it was a monthly type of situation. Now people really need to be very cognizant, you know, of their time. The other thing that we've spent a lot of time doing is we have both job coaches and employment training specialists, and we need to be very diligent about when each of those individuals are providing services to deal with the potential overlap situation. So for us, what's made this the most effective is good administrative oversight, lots of training for both the job coaches and the ETSs, monthly calendars which really maximize people's time, and that's the short answer.
Okay. So you have some strategies, and thank you for sharing, because that means that there's the potential that others may be able to pick your brain around the kinds of things that you've set up, and that's the sidebar that I'd like to have. Perhaps there's a way we could invite you and staff to kind of go a little bit further and even seek others that are amongst our peers here that are, you know, struggling with it, but also managing it in different ways, so that we could give each other and not just have the examples come from OPWD as they think that they've got the answers now for everybody. That's my biggest concern as I listen sometimes to Ceylon and her staff as they talk about different things, is that they throw out ideas, and they're great ideas, but they may work for a specific agency because that's what works for that specific agency, but it doesn't mean that the environment and the people and the other things that are happening. So at the very least, there's strategies towards creating success for your organization. Just because an agency has figured it out doesn't mean that it might fit your culture of your organization. And unless we're looking for cookie cutters, which again strikes at what you were saying before, Chris, you know, what happened to person-centered and all the things that are playing out here. And that's not to say that Nassau isn't, because I've been there and I've seen the stuff that they're doing. They are very person-centered. So it is a matter of just adjusting, thinking, and looking at the ways in which you're all doing different kinds of things and revamping perhaps. So Stephen, thank you. I will touch base with you in the near future to see what we might be able to play out.
There's one more thing.
Yes.
Marta just reminded me. When somebody's in the hospital and we're billing for SENT and we're doing the non-billable. Indirect, I'm sorry, an indirect. But they could be hospitalized and you don't even know they're in the hospital, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
That is not covered anywhere.
Any of the way, so I mean, we're thinking we got
Hand slap.
about returning a 0.25, a 1 unit when the job coach was doing the disability papers for the job while she was in the hospital.
Should be allowable.
It should be allowed. Well, it should be allowable, but
It's not addressed anywhere.
it's not addressed anywhere. So that speaks to then also, other waiver services.
Right, they have much more likely scenario, right?
Exactly. So that went back to it just recently came through last month, and it was back in, it had to be July, right after redesign.
Right, so we should bring that up with them.
Yeah, that one has to be addressed.
And when I sent it to the DDRO, they said, oh. They said, they said, what? They're the second agency who brought that up. So we'll have to get back to you on that. She did indicate it would be billable. Now, when I first brought it to Chris and my QA person, they said, of course not. They're in the hospital. But I'm like, but my source documents tell me that it's allowable.
Right, someone could be looking for a job.
Exactly.
Job development going on. There could be lots
so
of
everything
things
says that my billable.
It's not addressed in anything.
Right.
Again, it creates the question of conflict between work and living and Medicaid funding both.
Let me just say this, if it'll remind me, doesn't the ADM or the reg say specifically that it doesn't, you can still be providing one at the same time an indirect is provided
But
elsewhere?
you've got the big foaming computer in the sky that puts the red flag out when you're in the hospital.
Right.
We got the
And that's
certified letter.
Yeah.
A certified letter that says pay me back.
I'm sure.
That makes everybody's heart stop. And then
That
she
among
opened it up and it was like,
computers. They can, the safe number of supercomputers that can kind of run this stuff pretty easily.
They do. So that has to be addressed
It's all the Medicaid.
because
Yeah,
that
it
is.
should be in the protocol, the only protocol that says that this is allowable.
Right.
But they're not going to know it. They're
These
just
are
going to
probably
get a red
not
flag
flagged as
that someone is
indirect.
trying to bill while you're in the hospital.
Well,
So there is no.
it doesn't stand out probably as some sort of indirect service.
No,
there's no code on, there's no code.
That is an issue, and if you don't want undue attention to your agency, it is something you have to watch.
Yeah.
Definitely.
For now.
For now, until we get it, straightened out.
So I'm going to push, can we talk about value-based payments briefly?
So
Because we
the other half of this story that we started before, coming out of a conversation with with the feds, was a seeming willingness to reconsider the 15-minute billing increment requirements. So we had that conversation with CMS, we brought that to OPWDD, and we brought that to DOH, and both agreed to a conversation about a different kind of rate methodology, maybe in a pilot, maybe it's a test, whatever, but something that would be, first of all, less of a burden on providers, but also in the environment of moving in a very different direction toward things like managed care and value-based payments, also allow us to potentially start to experiment with the ideas around value-based payments. So we convened a group, 3 of the 10 people or whatever it was, I think, that were on the participating are here today. We convened a group a couple weeks ago in which we essentially did a gigantic brainstorming exercise, and we tried to come up with types of outcomes we think would be valued, quote unquote, in a value-based arrangement. When it comes to employment supports, what are the things that we would like to be paid for in terms of helping individuals reach particular outcomes? So as you see on the screen here in the room and on the webinar, we're sharing this as well. This is kind of a synopsis, if you will, of some of what we put together. On the left column, you'll see the outcomes that we identified. I'll ask Pat to scroll through quickly. We have hours, earnings, job retention, whether an individual is satisfied with their job, whether the business is satisfied with the individual that they have employed, workplace inclusion, and the last, I believe, is skills acquisition, right? And then we went through an exercise to try to identify measures that could be good indicators of that outcome. So you'll see in that second column, we identified a number of measures that we think, for example, pertain to hours or earnings or job retention, and then tried to identify measurement tools that exist now that we could borrow from rather than inventing, hopefully, that we could use in a value-based type of arrangement. And then I went through afterward and tried to categorize on the right side there, category 1, 2, 3. In the value-based arrangements, you have 3 levels of categories. Number 1 being those that are broad-based for an entire population, for a very large population. For example, everyone receiving Medicaid supports. Level 2 would be for subpopulations, if you will, or specialty areas. So, for example, people with developmental disabilities receiving OPWDD SEMP services. Okay, and level 3 are yet to be developed, aspirational. We're working on it. Kinds of categories, kinds of measures. So what you have here is essentially some brainstorming, and that's about as far as we've taken it so far.
But it was a very interesting discussion, quite honestly, it really was.
Correct, and it has allowed us to have some really good conversation with our partners that we've begun this conversation with now several months ago, as you know, as we got that conversation going with CMS. So we were preparing for a conversation we were expecting would take place yesterday, but we're starting to put together some ideas that are starting to offer to OPWDD and to DOH in an effort to try to get something that is in a much different type of arrangement, because the existing arrangement right now is simply unsustainable for at least some providers. And while we can eat around the edges and tinker with the existing rate methodology, what we really, I think, want to do is find something that's much more sustainable in the long term. And I see that as twofold. One, something that is much less burdensome on providers. I would love to be able to see the type of system that is, for example, in my head, and the things that we would like to talk to them about, a base rate for everyone who is enrolled in OPWDD supported employment, and for whom you can demonstrate using your case management system that you provided a service for that individual over a period of, let's say, a month or a week. You simply go in and you mine the system. Did this person receive any billable support during that period of time? Yes, base rate applies. Great. And then we move to a conversation about value-based type of arrangements that could include any number of these things. As I look at it and I think about these things, they're going to want to focus on things that are very concrete. Those level 1 category things are probably the only place we're going to get, at least in some experimental pilot kind of opportunity. But hours and earnings are things that are pretty concrete, but we'd like to apply, or like to complement some of those very easily quantifiable measures with some that help qualify that a bit more. Is the person,
You go to my application.
well, you indeed kept the person in a job for 5 years or 10 years. Is the person happy? Or if they're not, well, that's not really a good outcome either. So we want to explore these ideas. If folks could mute their phones, that would be very helpful. We're hearing some chatter. We are looking to bring that conversation to OPWDD and DOH to see if they're willing to consider a pilot that might be available for people that are at least existing, those that are struggling with the rate methodology, and maybe those that want to explore something very different. But I think we need to try and pose some things and posit some things for them to react to, and to try to help them build something that would be more sustainable in the long term. So,
and it was a great exercise, kind of great, you know, it was fun actually kind of sitting back and actually thinking the stuff through for a bit. But I think the other thing too that we kind of heard, at least I heard from a couple of different kind of colleagues and providers, would be to be careful what you ask for. To make sure that we know what we're getting into, and we're not getting into something that doesn't even work as well as this one now looks, right? Because the last one, you know, who knew? Everyone now would love to go back to that monthly system because it really worked pretty well. It was actually, you know, a capitated system where you got paid, you support the person, keep them employed, right? There weren't bonuses built in for keeping them employed, but you could have built, you could have built on that system, right? So to making sure that at least we're understanding where it's going and being really careful about, you know, how we're presenting it, and is it a base rate plus X, and what does it really cost to deliver the service so that we're not setting ourselves up with something that is still, 25% lower than what you really need to have a service thrive, not just survive, but thrive. How do you get it to thrive in today's
And I
environment?
think the only way to really do that when it comes to government is going to be pilots. It's going to be experiments. It's going to be who wants to play with this
And
idea
it's
for
gonna
6 months or a year and see if it's viable, whether we need to really completely rethink it or it just needs some tweaking like we're talking about the existing rates.
But it's going to kind of have to be cost neutral too.
I would argue exactly that.
Right, because we're not going to,
It has to be a hold harmless, at least during that
yeah,
time.
at least to what our potential could have been with the 200 and something hours. You know what I mean? I mean, that I think is something we have to go in there.
Otherwise, no one in their right mind is going to sign up for it.
No, exactly. Yeah, no, it's,
So, more news at 11 on what we're going to do with this, but if you do have interest and thoughts, if you're already working in the mental health VVP process and want to add some dialogue or ideas, feel free to, again, connect with Michael, I would say, right, at this point, or any one of the coaches, the SRA chairs, so that we can get your feedback and interest involved. I apologize, I have subsequently muted all of our phones because we had some folks that were possibly breaking for lunch and did not realize that they were interrupting the speaking. So if you have an interest to say something, please raise your hand or put a question in the chat box and we'll be happy to open up your line and let you talk to everyone. Just to try to finish up here before we break for lunch, because we do have Frank coming at 1 o'clock, and I don't mean to diminish any of this, but did anybody else have any other comments or questions about with Pathway, ETP, or other pre-vote kind of things? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Yeah, hate to think of it. But anybody? I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Just raise a hand. Right.
Yeah, or anybody here? Are we all?
Have we conducted any surveys just to kind of get everybody's kind of pulse check on Pathway, these other services?
No, we have not. We can.
That may be something worthwhile because, despite no one really kind of saying, oh my God, this is sky's falling or whatever, it's like, what's working, what's not working?
We can do that. I sort of was leaving it open to see if people would add, but yeah, we could do that.
Because we've been so focused on advocating on the SEM stuff that I think there's other things going on that may not, they're being ignored maybe a little bit and need some attention.
Well, certainly Pathway, because I think, how to fit it in, how to wrap it around.
I mean,
versus
even ETP, we had questions this morning driving up, talking with the DDRO about certain things that are going on that, we need answers on. So yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I think putting our heads together is really a good idea.
Maybe there's a couple organizations that have really figured out how to make it work really well. And then we want to get some maybe best practice kind of presentations as to, what, we figured out how to make this work. This is what's happening here. We've got people together, whatever it might happen to be, but to kind of share best practices on Pathway.
Well, and that's also the reason why
Community
people
pre-vote.
belong to this organization, because we always do share best practice, and that's why people come, because they want to get ideas and want to find out what works. So I think, yeah.
Well, and if we
The
have,
value of associating with other people.
and if we have any chance of certainly asking for changes on the advocacy end of things around what is or isn't working, then, we've got to have some kind of synergy.
Right, and the SEM survey, I think, gave us some real data to work with
Yes.
OPW, quite honestly, rather than just how people were feeling. It actually gave you something to stand behind.
I just really, I got to say it because I had to leave unfortunately early today.
Say it.
I don't like, we have the OMEG and we have compliance and we have people say, well, we're just going to make more things billable.
Oh, I totally see the
Hello,
slippery slope.
we send staff to compliance training in our orientation, and then we turn around with my coaches and I say, okay, when you're at the job site and you're at like 13 minutes, stretch it out. Ask the person about their weekend. I'm giving them tips to, we're undoing what we are telling them, and then we wonder why we get into trouble. And just the philosophy behind it is, if they're going to treat this like a medical setting, which, that's always the interpretation because it's Medicaid. You don't do this type of stuff in doctor's offices. You're paid for a procedure. You're paid for an encounter. You're paid for the work that you're done. It just boggles my mind.
But taking more time to complete something doesn't make it a better service. It just potentially makes it a longer service and maybe a more expensive service, but it
And are we
doesn't give you
enabling
quality necessarily. It might, but it doesn't necessarily do
You know,
it.
we're enabling other people to be less independent on their website.
Well, this is the opposite of where the system was kind of, a lot of discussions before NewSend kind of hit was very much outcome-based, looking at, quality services, and then honestly what seemed to come out of left field was, no, quarter-hour billing, this is what's going to happen. And there really wasn't even a lot of discussion other than we were really unhappy with the rate you're kind of throwing out at us and we need more billable things, but it was like set, that was what was happening.
And that's why I see, we're kind of in a multi-headed advocacy stance right now. One which is like tinker with the stuff around the edges to make it work for a little bit longer than it might have otherwise. But we totally need to get to a different methodology. This does not work. It's not survivable. And frankly, I'm very concerned that the only point at which government is going to realize that this isn't working is when people throw up their hands and say, I'm out. I'm done. You can have your stupid program.
I'm looking at Susan because I know that I'm on the E-list for all the fiscal intermediaries on the DD side too, and SEMP is just not. Yeah, right. You hope that nobody asks for it, right? So here we are trying to increase self-direction, but then as you work with them, you hope and you plead that nobody's just going to go to work because we have one person. You have one person, and you're hoping that that's exactly where it stays, right?
The requirements are so different.
Right.
Why is it such a self-direction challenge for you guys?
Really does a good program for a job. The person that they hired didn't have the skill set, so we sent them through the requirement. And
Okay.
it's so minimal.
And they don't pay.
They don't pay for you to go to innovations.
Right. And they have to go through it.
And they have to, and they don't have that knowledge base to be able to make sure that there's. Do you know how sad this is? A person very close to me who is involved in self-direction. Her mother has just advocated for her to get a job in a new business that opened in our town. And she does not want to tell the owner that this young lady has, as they call it, her assistant. She doesn't want to have the person go with her. And I'm kind of saying, aren't we setting her up to fail? She needs a job coach. She can't go alone. She's got a lot of, she's very, very capable, but there are certain issues that she does need some assistance with. And she keeps saying to me, well, when you go in there, ask them, oh, is so-and-so on today? And I don't even want to do it because I feel so terrible that she doesn't have a trained job coach to go with her. And yet, it's just and I think this is happening all over the place because nobody's sending anybody for innovations training because it's not paid for. And I asked one of the brokers down by me, well, wait a minute, because I went to the circle meeting, and I said, well, what's happening here? Don't we have a job coach for her? And she was like, oh, no. And I said, well, what about the training? She said, well, no, we don't pay for that. I said, well, that's kind of crazy. How do you expect someone to be self-directed and independent?
Well, they are working on that. They're working on it. It's going to be it's a special line that they can put in where it's how they're going to try to do with the med certificate, with the AMAPs, where the RN's going to supervise. It's going to be non-direct something line. So I think that they're going to run it through that way. The bigger issue.
Again, it's not addressing the issue that it is. It's creating a Band-Aid that doesn't require them changing up the way they do.
Is anyone at NYSRA looking at self-direction at all, or should we maybe put this on a future meeting, kind of give enough time to look at it while it's,
Is that one of the topics for the conference that's coming up?
We're having a really, really hard time getting anybody who would present on it.
Just surprise!
So new.
Okay.
So new.
People are afraid to
You
present.
get one person.
When it, just let's put, when it,
24th
of this month.
October
24th is a FI event that NYSRA is hosting for agencies. So let us know, and then maybe we can kind of do something together on that. Bring all the FIs and the employment council together to talk about this. That'd be really cool, right?
Agency purchase.
Huh?
We're having a problem with the agency purchase services because we had an individual after about 2 months come back to us and say, I really don't want the 260 hours. I'm going to change my budget because I want more fun stuff. So they took the coaching hours and they were going to cut down to like 90 hours for the year because they wanted to take their allowable budget, their dollar, and put it into recreation type activities.
Yeah.
And we were like, that's not going to work, you know, because they wanted to go out to movies and
Right.
They're in control.
Yeah, the doctor's telling them, no, not like that, like this. She wants that.
But we had an issue too where somebody was already with us at park a couple of days they had ESEP moved to SEM. And they were going to our respite program, which is a cafe on Wednesday nights and adult literacy on Thursdays. And then it turns out, oh, if you're self-directed, you can't go to respite. Family was never told that. Family calls up, they're screaming, what do you mean my son can't go? We said, sorry, it's against the rules. Well, we didn't know that. I said, hey, you were there when you decided to go self-directed. You didn't even let us know until after.
But they should be able to, but there's problems, some heroes are allowing it and some are not. So you're in Long Island, right? In Long Island, that's the DVROs are saying, no, you can't participate in family sports. You can't participate in respite services or family support services on Long Island.
We got a ruling from Albany that basically said that respite is it's the federal term is you're giving relief to the family. Well, no, that's our ISS guys, sorry.
Right.
But people who live in ISS apartments also can't go to the respite program, even though it's the only deaf rec program around.
Okay,
So that's another issue.
we can do that. We can do that.
Another time,
Before we break for lunch here, and for people to just take a stretch break if they haven't already, the last two points, we'll definitely get some more into the definition of enclave, technical assistance in the field. Just know our project continues. If you're not engaged, please call Jill or I, and we will help you in any way we can to get that. I'm reiterating from the presentation that we had submitted to you guys that January 1st, 2017 is a plan for a plan. You do not have to have all decisions made. You could still be working with people for 2 out of the 3 years and helping them discover and decide what they want. That could be a big piece of your plan. I verified that with Ceylon. I used those exact words. So if you didn't hear me then, you hear me now. And call me if you still have questions. The last was the health home list for HARP. There's not really been major changes in the rollout. I know we had talked about making sure that Liam was a part of our council meeting, but they're pretty much on a whole basis right now. But I did share as a handout with all of you Part 4, which is accessing rehab and recovery, and it gives a final, because the MCTAC put out a summary sheet, and this is the sheet that you should probably pay the most attention to if you talk to the kinds of things. What's interesting, too, is empowerment service peer supports. Probably many people checked off that they do that, even if you're you're proficient in self-advocacy. The intent there was not to be just general peer services, but indeed to be peer-run, true peer-run services, not just have peers available to do communication and counseling kinds of things. But it doesn't say that, so we'll have more to say on that in regards to employment stuff.
So is there an updated health home list? Is that what we're saying?
No, this is just the MCTAC's updated stuff that was a handout, and I just wanted, because there really wasn't much anything else that's gone on other than continued rollout. Health home involvement is still very low, so down in the city there's like next to no referrals. Rollouts happening upstate, health homes are not being used. That's a model that probably needs to be changed, and yet it appears that OPWD thinks it's a marvelous model for managed care.
It's going to be the model that is going to be pursued for care coordination in the DD structure.
So,
learning more.
Well, does anyone want to talk about
stay tuned to Managed Care Council next week.
Yeah. You know, is there anybody on the phone that would like to raise any
issues about health homes
or things that are working well maybe somewhere?
I don't see none.
Any MH people that you know for sure?
But like I said, it's just a rollout. I mean, I think we are having our managed care council
next Friday,
and there's the group there, but it's also
Doug is coming to present on the whole on health homes as they exist now, and we'll talk a little bit about how well they will comply with conflict-free case management requirements. That's a problem as OMH now moves into more waiver supports, and many of the health homes are provider-created or provider-generated. And we have Joanne Linfier from OPWD coming to
So
through the model that they're thinking.
Since Doug is coming, I'm going to suggest then that we make sure, Kate, if you're listening, that we get the information about how NYSRA members can listen to what's going on with the council meeting, to the group that's on the phone now, and especially to the rest of the EC group, okay? Thank you. All right, we're going to break for lunch here, and while we do that,
just double click it.
there it goes. We're going to leave this up. This is a video that we used during our session, Jill and I, and we've gotten lots and lots of requests for it. So for your viewing pleasure, as you go and do what you need to do, food is in there. We've got two, actually. This is a guy named Prince EA, and Prince E, as he refers to himself.
Not that guy.
No, this is just a picture. Thank you. We'll kind of listen. But feel free to get up and do what you need to do, because trust me, it's a little while.
There are enough people on the phone, we can hear it now.
Yeah, they should be able to. If not, if you Google Prince EA.
Or he just kind of went on like the strongest thing.
And, yeah, so
Sure, it's a little sullen around.
I've been in the office about almost 2 hours so far this week, because I've been out on the road. I haven't seen Dan. I've talked to her on Monday, but I talked to her yesterday. And I can't stop out tomorrow. I think it's done with my services December.
Is that Thursday night and Friday? I didn't realize you were doing it by me.
Yep.
What's on this? On the internet. I think somebody told me it's on Facebook there. You did. That's good.
When is the conference? Saratoga. December 1st, 2nd? Okay. Was it originally going to be the night after something and it moved or no? I just had the wrong dates written down?
No, I think it's supposed to always be.
Always 1st, 2nd?
Yeah, it's usually that first week right after.
So is it the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or just Thursday, Friday?
Thursday, Friday. So it starts like midday Thursday, it goes to Friday.
Got it.
We also have the FI Self-Direction Conference that's on the 24th of October.
So where do you
Yeah,
call that?
that's at the Marriott here in
No,
Albany.
here, okay.
And then we have the New York City DSP Conference, which is November 15th or 16th.
Okay, so you got a lot.
Right, and the Long Island DSP Conference. So yeah, we can just,
Yeah.
not sure which one we're talking
Where'd you
about.
get these?
How you doing? I'm fine, how are you? I'm okay. Did you drive up this morning, Jeremy?
Yeah, it wasn't bad. We left really early. We left Long Island at 5:45. And we took the Taconic, and we were able to stop at the diner on the Taconic and have breakfast.
Well, there you go.
And then got here, about 15 minutes early. So if we would have waited another 10 minutes, we would have been.
I was there yesterday.
You were? Where'd you go, to DDRO?
No, I was at, Brentwood at YWI.
Okay.
For our regional meeting, so,
Okay.
but we had a DSP conference on Monday, so in Saratoga, so I drove from that down to Newburgh and spent the night, and drove from Newburgh
Oh,
to
that's not too bad.
Brentwood, and then came all the way back, so,
You live up here?
I live here, yeah, on the other side of Albany, so,
I was so
yeah.
Do you take the Taconic when you go?
I did yesterday. I like them much better.
Oh my God, you were saying it's a treat in itself. Taconic and one person.
No, when you live down, I hate it when I miss the office. I was waiting for a cow to come out.
Oh, well, you're
Well, it's so close, it's the rock part.
They didn't reach us there. I gotta say, but we saw a bunch of deer this morning too.
Yeah, I said you yesterday too.
But you know what, it's okay. I don't like the trucks on the street. I find when I get home, I'm like this. People first get back to New York and then you hit the traffic when you're coming in at rush hour. And I'm so stressed, whereas music waits, the app waits and the Taconic, I'm a good person.
Well, I took this product out, I took 684 back because I had to drop somebody off in Connecticut, actually.
Oh,
One of our
wow.
presenters had Goldman's with us, so she, rather than take the train back, I kind of just veered over to Tone.
Yeah, and dropped her off and then came across.
Downloaded it.
I took a two-way from Newburgh up to the Cat's Town. That's how it's a very beautiful ride. Yes.
How are you doing? I want this guy.
You've looked at OPW's handout on volunteer and employment, the thing they came out with in March. How did you?
I didn't compare, that's what I want to do. That's why Jill and I are gonna meet with them, because we may do it one day, brief everybody, and do it like something like that. We have spending. Our vision. Our vision, not starting a new beginning, but starting a new beginning.
You can Google it. Go to YouTube. It's there. We showed it at yesterday. Yes. I have not heard it yet.
I'm gonna give another piece to you.
I have not heard what it's about.
I never get that.
This is one. You're
Wow.
yours against the
Oh,
associate.
there was one.
Wow.
Of them weeks. I don't think she was really in the field. There last week.
And she didn't set the stage. Just wasn't a good fit for her. No, it's quite nice. That's what's
Watch the video.
You don't tell him, but. I love it. So everybody on the phone, I apologize, you could watch the video, but the links were put into the PowerPoint, so you can at your leisure. Oh, no. No. Thank you. Hi, how are you? So you want something to drink? Whatever, we have iced tea, water, coffee?
I'm good at just, well, maybe I.
Go get something. Yeah.
There's also, iced tea and turn off. Roast sandwich, or whatever.
I have a piece on education with one thing.
How's your dog?
Had someone at our grade last night.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they brought him over to do like a. That was beautiful there. I wasn't there because I was. And looking there, someone's on the street or not.
Okay. Some of the other ones I hadn't seen.
I see it looks like it.
Oh, that's cool.
How about yours?
Everybody's doing. Daniel's stressing out. The applications and the S's and the.
Does he know where he wants to go?
He's really loving the neuroscience school.
Yeah, it's sweet. I heard great. I know.
But RPI is a very good place. It's just that we might get the opposite as far as the institution themselves. Two institution or 200-year institutions. One with it, without campus, one with one that go almost for granted.
I wish that went to a different school because it doesn't really.
Too many acronyms.
Doing engineering.
Yeah.
Our guy that are teaching it, so it is professor level, our guy level courses, which are very hard, but they don't have the support like they would at our campus.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that. That's the discussion we did together last night. So what if I was going to value to RPI after that?
So that's what we figured we could do.
Well, we certainly, you started to talk a little bit about that with us.
We'll see what happens to you.
Just haven't hold until.
It's really good to long.
How much do you want to do?
Yeah.
share with you. So if you're comfortable, what you want,
So she's got, so he's got half.
not control what you talk about.
But it's still, it's a lot.
You want to study, I put here. For the physical
Yeah,
development.
so this one you may have.
There are sections of the youth services, section 511, and CRS. Those are the key ones.
That's great. So.
Michelle was agreed to do a special 11 of 20 hours.
Or any scholarships, forget about that. So.
But really, everybody does it.
I wish that would work. I think he just wasn't ready.
Or this one.
We're gonna do some more shit, but I think that's become my He's liking it better now because the professors have changed. But the one prior to that.
Well,
just because
We
it's
gotta
hard.
keep pushing it.
Well, you
So
can
much
make our
more.
language very well, teaching them behavior courses, so he really skips. But, and I think now he's older, so he's with younger students. That's kind of following them. And he's like, "Go to student. What do you think we'll get you to do?" I don't want to start all over. We're not starting a new life later. It's just starting.
Right. Samantha had that conversation. Because she ended up getting associates in nursing at the same time. And she's like, well, all my friends left. I'm not going to get anything.
Great opportunity.
That's what I said, but she didn't hear that at the moment.
We don't think of that probably either. We probably wouldn't. And Doreen's really flourishing at SUNY. That's huge. People think this is so big. Because she was just trying to so she was a young, entering student. She's just like, it's huge. I'm like, I know, I told you that. I told you before you come in, people in your class. She's got a friend coming out of the military. She's going to be moving into the same curriculum, so they'll be in class together. Sometimes that helps. I think it's better together.
Sort of the minimum wage.
Friends?
Just
But that's really good. I mean, look, your archive is in Anderson School.
Yeah, we're gonna have
In the Anderson School, that's different.
break it up into pieces too.
Oh, my
So
God,
That's amazing.
Yeah, at that.
Still like 150, 200 people in class.
We went to go visit.
We're going to
More than that.
weekend. And then when you learn, you get lost. I mean, you really have to be independent.
And,
First year, everybody.
The mom and dad actually had there and they were really long honeymoon.
I get it. Everybody goes around the first year.
Knowing that they wanted to pick the friend and they knew they weren't going to travel.
At the end,
You gotta figure it out.
it's very serious.
And it worked out.
Particularly serious.
But they coached
Yeah, her students, that's like,
while they were away.
No, and he's getting, he's his work, and I'm really trying to stay out of it because he's 21,
I know. So,
And
and
Sam's not working semester, so we should.
That's great.
Yeah, they have.
I need to learn more about
they were,
You know what I mean? They did it as part of.
I'm now trying
For the travel.
So it really wasn't Russell, also the claim in section 511, and then you went over WD.
get across that barrier. She's always hit us. This was all about her, not taking it.
And they only three slides.
My daughter
Absolutely. So, no, that's it, but there's enough there to go.
like I told a lot of friends the first one and they're similar to that. I don't see
So,
and they really now need to fly. Like he's so
well, she's gonna,
behind in his maturity as far as he does, and that's been really hard.
and,
You know, I should be in his business. I'm like, I'm gonna be quiet. You don't think so?
well, because we
I
don't
mean, I
also.
think he had a choice, yeah, but he also knows.
Yeah.
He also knows that kind of like, we're never gonna do about cemetery. Like he and I have always been the closest to Sean Jordan. After it started kind of flip towards me a little bit more. And he was like, really rebellious. I'm like, you can't do that. Like, not do a lot.
Do it live because
You
you
could
can
just
just.
do that.
Again, he is all about what he thinks.
Online.
He loves what he's.
Okay, you guys ready for this here? So graciously, Frank's on his way down to an EDM event in the city. How many of you guys are doing EDM events? Yes, yes?
Island.
Next week.
It was, what, 2 weeks? You went the other?
When are you going to?
I'm just going to this one. That's it. And it's in Manhattan. It's at the Whitney Museum.
Oh,
It sounds like it'll be really nice. It's
We
at
have a lot
8:30
of,
in the morning. Early.
we're used to participating on Long Island, but a lot of the employers now are in the city, so I haven't submitted there, so I have to.
Yeah, we need to do that one.
Yep.
This is the first time, though, that Access VR and OPW have not had conflicting events.
Oh, yeah.
They usually have the family support legislative breakfast is usually the same day as NYSRA, about 8 miles apart. So it's kind of like one of these, but you're trying to go to both. But this year, we thought this is great. It's a week apart. Turns out, no, the OMH, NYSRA, their event like that, is the same day as which one? I'm not sure if it's the same day as the OPWDD one.
But wouldn't it be a wonderful state if we had a no-DM event where everybody was together?
Yes.
Way back when.
Yeah.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
Someday, we'll start with the employability scale tool first. Right?
The employability scale.
The employability tool, that thing that the VRs, CB, VR, Access VR, OMH, Oasis, and OPWD are working together to create a tool, they call it a tool kit, that's being issued to all the businesses around how to hire people with disabilities. Joe's working on it.
All right.
Yeah. So I'll go there. You don't have, that's down here, that's not up here where you do the policy summary. So Francis has agreed to come to join us today to kind of give us an update, certainly on CRS contracts and what's going on, but also highlights on some of the stuff that's been playing out with their partnership with our state Department of Labor. Now that the final regs are out on WIOA, but in particular, certainly of interest to many NYSRA members is youth services, and youth is 14 to 24 now, which is kind of lining everybody up, and you've already set the stage compared to other state agencies. In other states, you were ahead of the game knowing that was coming. I've talked to other people from other states, and they're surprised because we already have things in place, which is kind of neat. Do you need something? Do you want me to unmute everybody or no? We can try it, yes, we can try it, and then if not, I will punish them and put them back on mute. Easy. No, sorry, I warned them I was in that mood. And then Section 511 for those agencies that are part of NYSRA's membership that are working with Work Center Transformation and the things that are now required. But the sub-minimum wage memo that you recently put out, maybe you can just highlight the intent behind that and then speculating where we're going, because I don't think anything is cut in stone yet, right? That's the key. So these are really just updates to give everybody a starting place, and then again, as our chairs had asked, that we look at what could be and should be the advocacy points that they as board members should be bringing to the full board of NYSRA around staff activity for 2017. So what you share with us will be important. There we go, see already.
And I think I'd mainly like to talk, not so much about WIOA, but I'll start with that, but really about its impact on our CRS contract. As we're anticipating what we're trying to do. There was a preview of it this morning. I apologize for the technical difficulties we had and how things.
We had our rep down there.
But I didn't share a thing. So you were coming from another picture.
All right. So I'll go over some of that. Maybe you didn't share a little. I will share a little bit more detail about where we're headed. What WIOA is a huge change. There's more changes in it than any of the my career as in rehabilitation and the different reauthorizations like in 92 and in 98. I don't know if there was one in the 80s that I was more a counselor. I wasn't paying attention to this kind of stuff, but there's changes all throughout the law and still pushing this framework of across the different titles and how they interact and a common set of measures. And it really does, it makes sense on paper, and it might even make sense in reality, but there's a lot of bureaucracy. It does create a lot of bureaucracy in trying to implement it, even though I think the intent is like, oh, if we have one system, it'll be less bureaucracy. But it's really not that, it's not that simple. I mean, that's kind of what it is.
Well, and especially in a state like New York that has the 3 entities in 3 different places. One specifically not even under governor's control. So when you talk about increasing bureaucracy, VR has to even teach the greater, bigger state ed and the regents all about this on top of teaching your own group and everything else. It's just crazy.
But then there's still that, funding the local infrastructure and all of those pieces that really are not, they're not easy to implement in a large state. So I won't spend too much time on that, but I think the big change is certainly youth, right from the very beginning of the law, right from the findings or the Rehab Act section of the law, youth is really a priority. And they don't use the word priority, I don't think, in the law, but we had some folks, I don't know if you're familiar with voter selection and that, how we've never done that. But the Rehab Act has always been it's always emphasized people with most significant disabilities. It never picked a group of people or an age. It was always really focused on what the functional needs of the individual are. Regardless of their age, regardless of disability, address the functional needs. So this time, though, they were like, no. Yes, you'd still do that, but now students, and we don't mean youth, we mean students, people who are in school, we want you to do, and it was very prescriptive because, again, the Rehab Act would usually focus on the full scope of services, and you apply that full scope of services based on the functional needs. Well, again, this is more prescriptive in that it said, here's 5 services that you must provide, and they're kind of well defined, but they're not greatly defined. And you must provide these 5 services to students. So that's the next level of prescription. Then the final thing they put on top of it, and it's again, it's unprecedented, is they said, now you have to make sure, here's your federal allocation, 15% of your dollars must be spent on these students for these services going forward. So it's really telling us exactly how we should serve people. Now somebody might, I don't know whose concept this was, and I'm sure what I'm saying might be arguable. And I'm not saying it's even bad or it won't be helpful for youth. I think the idea, the concept is if we engage folks younger, we can track them, the growing Social Security disability or SSI rules. We have to do something about it, and we think if we get folks engaged earlier, we'll divert people away from the dependence on disability.
Also, the Promise Grant in New York that OMH is administering, is really geared towards younger students to try to kind of look at vocational ways in which pathways to kind of create and assess people at an early age for the exact same purpose. How do you kind of keep people in employment?
But the point is the public, in the general sense, thinks that, oh, look, they're redirecting their attention on students because we want to help more students. From a policy perspective, you're absolutely correct. The end game is, and if we do that, then we have less to spend. We don't have to come up with as much money in the SSI and the SSDI, which is ultimately the better way to spend money is on the front end, not on the back end.
And I think the difference is that in WIOA, you're trying to prevent students from going on to benefits, whereas Promise is working with the folks that are already youth that are already on benefits. So I think that's the big difference is making sure people don't have to be dependent on public dollars.
Right.
And to really, and I agree, it should be much earlier than it is.
Well, the research all shows if you kind of spend more time and more dollars early on, you're more likely to have a positive vocational employment outcome.
Well, you change what we were talking about. You change the culture.
Yeah.
You say that people, anyone with a disability has the ability to go there if they're given the right supports.
So and that part is all in line with what we're doing. So, so the youth services, and it has these 5 required services, but then it has about, I think it's about a dozen of these authorized services. But as we learned more in the regs, and we read through the regs, we realized we have to almost, it sounds like we have to do a needs assessment. And before we could spend money on authorized services, we have to somehow substantiate that all the need for the required services is being met, either by us directly or through school districts or through OPWDD. I mean, this is my own word, but it's like through other sources.
Can you explain that a little more? What does that mean exactly? How do you prove all the needs are met?
Well, that's, yeah. I mean,
that would be a perfect place for a cross-system design.
Yeah. I mean, I think we have a needs assessment that we do every 3 years. So I think it'll partly be done through a needs assessment. And I think it'll be probably through some data analysis and gathering information, more descriptive information about what's going on in special ed, what's going on with OPWDD, and perhaps OMH and any services they might have geared towards youth, but probably mostly through what school districts, what special ed is doing. You know, just as an aside, we do have a new assistant commissioner for special ed, and I don't know his name. I mean, I haven't
Sirianni.
some. Okay, hold on, they're written down. Okay. Go.
And Joanne Lacrosse.
Oh, right, Joanne is the new policy at the next. She was the policy person.
She was Pat Geary. She's
the next level policy person.
Dancer.
Yeah.
Pat Gass knows everything.
We just had a transition agency. I was just talking about that. I was with Sue Barlow. Sue Barlow. Give credit where credit is due. Miss Barlow's the one that shared all that good stuff with me. Because
but you did remember it.
I did. I can't remember your name unless you have a name badge on, but because off the record, this isn't Frank's opinion, the folks that were there, it was time for retirement. They needed to change up what's going there, and the 2 people that are now stepping into those roles, have been asked to take those roles and have accepted them, are phenomenal in what they know about the system and will help do just what you were talking about, figure out what's working and what's not, help the school districts really figure out how to play that if they get the right support from the Board of Regents, because I always put that caveat because they don't work independently, they have to work at the behest of what the Board of Regents agrees. But Joanne has for a long time known what could and shouldn't be going on, and hopefully she will now be given the power to be able to do that kind of stuff and leave that on the policy side. And Mr. Serino,
S-U-R-I-A.
Yes, Siriano, that's it, Siriano. He is a leader in his own right in Rochester around the stuff. And Gene Rosigliano, who is from Rochester, just thinks the world of him. And if Gene thinks the world of him, then we're okay. We're going to be okay. So we've got 2 new powerhouses up there that I think are going to.
So that'll be good for our collaboration.
Yes.
So with PR. So, you know, just to start to then, I'm going to skip over section 511.
That's fine.
I mean, what we sent out a few weeks ago, I'm not sure if everybody saw it. We tried to distribute it the best we can. But it was basically just to acknowledge that, yes, we know this is in the law and that we have to develop guidelines. And because folks were starting to call our district managers and asking, when are you going to send people over to do career counseling?
Right.
And we're like,
well, that's mainly because the interpretation that started to happen when you read the law was that by a certain date, they weren't going to be able to pay some minimum wage anymore.
We're going to talk about this. I think we have to explain it.
Yeah, well, we're not. Well, we're not because we're going to skip it because Michelle Barlow, who is the assigned person from the Access Leadership Team, will be hosting a webinar on October 21st, and she will literally walk through it all. You were given a handout that is somewhat, it was her presentation this morning to the Provider Association. You can certainly review it. If you have questions, send them to me ahead of time in anticipation of this, but we didn't want to take, we knew we would not be able to do it justice with everything else that was on this agenda, so she's picked.
But it was a very, very healthy discussion about how this, you know, there's a lot at stake here.
Yep.
So, you know,
we'll get there. But it makes more sense, I think, to do that, and then based on that, we can decide what the council will or won't do with it.
Pat, what time is that webinar?
10 to 11:30.
is what she selected, so.
And this is a good example, though, how these pieces were put in the law, and each one of them is almost like its own, you know, it's a lot to put into place, you know, it's a lot. So going back to the youth services, though, and that emphasis in the law, we had the youth employment services that we were put in place in CRS. We also had done these projects prior to WIOA passing the community employment specialists, which some of you may have interacted with or be aware of, where we have 10 regions that were copying the special education SEP regions, or using those regions, and we have providers who were educating school districts and providing technical assistance and training to school districts about post-school options for youth with disabilities. So we have that project, and those were two of our initiatives prior to WIOA. To try and address, knowing that the whole youth area was an important focus. So looking ahead to CRS, what we've been calling internally, and maybe we've used it, or we've been calling it CRS too. That's what we've been calling it.
Ghostbusters too, Tim.
Yeah, and we've come out a few times and talked about, we're going to end the contracts early. We're going to start January 1st, 2017, or 2016 or 17 with new contract. And in some ways, and Ray Pierce has been our lead on the redesign or the design and the update. But he said, in some ways it's fortunate. We were kind of felt like we were held back, but having the regulations kind of make the expectations and obligations on us a bit clearer. So maybe some ways it was a mixed blessing that we were, delayed.
Well, because it would have been, forgive me, this is Dow saying this, it would have been a holy mess if we had moved with some of the things. Now looking at what the regs are asking you to do, it would have, and to then ask the comptroller's office to redo something again.
Yeah.
No, I totally agree with you. This one worked in our favor in this state compared to not having it done sooner.
So, and we're looking at, so now we're looking at, okay, what are the things we have to do? We have to spend more dollars on students. How do we do that? And we're certainly looking to CRS to do that. And the things that have started under youth employment services to continue to grow and to expand, and that more of our providers, we hope, will invest in those kinds of services and create the staffing structure, the program structure to orient themselves to those youth employment services that we're going to, under CRS2, kind of morph them into the pre-employment transition services. So I don't think I described that. In the scope of services in WIOA, there's a new service, but it's really a whole category of service called pre-employment transition services. So like the other VR services, like vocational evaluation and training and work readiness, this is a service that we must provide, and we must make it available statewide. And it is for students with disabilities. It's defined that way. And the 5 services are job exploration counseling, work readiness, counseling on post-secondary options, advocacy, self-advocacy and peer self-advocacy, including peer mentoring. Okay, I said work readiness, I said job exploration counseling, counseling on post-school options, and I'm leaving out one I'm leaving out one of the 5. I'm sure Lisa must have passed it somewhere in her handout. Work-based, how could I forget? Work-based learning experiences, that's the one actually we might have the most traction on because of some of the work we've done with youth employment services. and using the paid work experiences that some providers have been doing with folks in the summer, mostly in the summer, I think.
Initial yes services.
Yeah, yes. So the work-based learning.
Work-based learning.
So I don't know if everybody had this, or you can send it out.
I wasn't sure whether I could or should, so I can send it out afterwards.
Page 4 has the 5 required services. So initially, when we were looking at this, we thought we would continue with the yes services and just be sort of saying, well, you know, our paid work experience is work-based learning. You know, but as we thought about it more and as we're challenged to meet the spending requirement, we thought it would be better to break out services and define them, name them just as they're named here, and define them pretty much in a way very similar to what we have. So for example, work-based learning experiences, we're going to have a service called work-based learning for students. And it's going to have its own case service code and its own rate, but the definition is going to be the paid work community work experience. It's going to be like that. I think it's 958X. It's going to be 958X. It's going to have its own.
Bill knows all the numbers.
No, I was wondering if it was, to what degree it is.
Yeah, so we're going to say, you know, see the definition above, but when you apply it, when you provide it to students, use this case service code, it'll be at this rate, and we are asking for higher rates because from our experience with youth employment services, it takes more effort and coordination as well as other factors to put these services in place. So, and I will say...
Marta's got...
No, I'm saying it.
Yeah,
and I was wondering about is there a deaf rate, and is there a deaf rate for that, and I'm glad that it's a higher rate because the other youth services and the work readiness and stuff is not really.
We're talking about the deaf rates?
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if we have a deaf rate for that service. I don't think we do.
We need it. Based on the very same things you're saying, even if it's just for students, I think set the precedent so that the rest of the country knows. Maybe we need to even push back from our perspective to our national ones to say, RSA, where are you on making sure that it's okay for them to, create additional accommodation funds or something like that. But we can work with you on what that message would be, because RSA is still taking questions, things like that. I don't want to throw you under the bus, but you know what I mean? So maybe we can take a peek at that.
But I know we have deaf rates for a few services.
You also, well, not to say you, but there were also deaf rates that were eliminated, and therefore programs collapsed because of it. But so we need to make sure this one is done right, that's all.
Okay.
Well, CB is also involved in this, so maybe there's also some look that we should look at what CB's rates are going to be for some of the services to students that include the technical assistance and the other kinds of things, so that if they've created something, you could then mirror it with the same thing, perhaps. I don't know, you know what I mean? Just because they've got their student needs are definitely more intense than perhaps a student without.
We used to have a deaf rate for supported employment. It was taken away. We used to have a deaf rate for assessments, vocational assessments. It was taken away. That program actually collapsed.
Yeah.
So it's absolutely, if we're going to do this, we really have to do
especially
it.
for students. We need to focus, that's what the focus is anyway.
Because they're the ones who need, they have no, well, don't get me started. We could sit for 3 days, and I could, but we definitely need to make sure we do it right this time.
We're late in the process, and we've preserved the deaf rates that were existing in CRS.
Mm-hmm.
We discussed adding one back for vocational evaluation, but some of the feedback I had was, don't go there.
It's too late to bring it back.
Right.
What is right.
So,
too costly with a very few referrals. The rate, but supported employment could flourish more, especially for youngsters.
what we're recommending of the rate increases in general that we're recommending for CRS, the ones for supported employment that we will be recommending and advocating for, the ones are the highest are for supported employment, the most percentage-wise. Because although the rates might not, when we share them, might not knock you over and be like, oh my God, that's great. When you look at it as a percentage, it is significant, and when you have to justify the rates, it's...
Well, maybe there's a way to look at including in your definition of assistive technology interpretation, so that at least even for kids or something like that, so that in your list of what's acceptable assistive technology expenditures, could sign language fall under that? So if a student needs to have access to certain things, and they wouldn't, if they were blind, they would get a computer. If they had a traumatic brain injury, they might get some other kind of assistive technology. Might we, in this round, look to add sign language interpretation or other kinds of augmented hearing devices type things under that list of assistive technology to kind of get at that? It wouldn't fit for everyone. There'd have to be a reason for it.
And it wouldn't just be a sign language interpreter. It would need to be someone who's trained, obviously, but also...
Well, just food for thought, you know what I mean?
Just food for thought.
But it never used sign language as an assistive technology, but in regards to working with students in their school system and transitioning, it might set a neat precedent to consider that it is an assistive technology.
I'd have to understand it better, right?
Okay.
Because
Well,
I'm
sure
seeing it as, we provide for interpreters, right? So
But that's not the same thing in employment, because the interpreters aren't trained, and neither is school staff. So you need to be bringing in people who have the expertise, and that's not going to always be an interpreter.
And that's where you
Maybe
can get more defined.
Yeah, we can spend time, Frank. We can certainly spend time with you and explain it in more detail, because
We'll actually come up with a menu.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah.
And, but I have to say, we're trying to push our own state agency to move ahead with this, and it's not an easy, it's not an easy sell, yeah.
It's going to be done by 19.
And the scrutiny of each case service code that we add, and every rate that we add, and every definition that we add, it's not that, just because the coordinator of district office administration recommends it, everything does get very carefully examined and challenged, honestly challenged, anytime we want to spend dollars. So I'm just sharing with you the realities. And when you say, like, why, you said you were going to do this 2 years ago. Why you need to understand the realities of expanding services, adding case service codes, adding rates or increasing rates. It's not turnkey by any means.
So, I don't know if we said in the beginning, so for CRS, it's really in year 3 of 5, where there were intents to kind of shorten it, to make changes a year ago, and now there's intents to do it again. So it's really a 5-year contract. Anyone has a CRS contract that's going on. And the plan here is hopefully to be able to reduce it by a year, right? But there's no guarantee that can happen based on the control agencies and everything else that are going on. So these changes could take place 2018, or could hold off all the way to 2019.
Yeah, it potentially could. We feel like we're making better headway than when it's a year ago. We were going through the same process a year ago, and we kind of stalled out. We feel like we are making better headway.
And there's a little more clarity now with WEO as to exactly what needs to happen.
Have you addressed the issue of the comptroller's office around the quality assurance piece that kind of put things on hold when we were originally talking about a year ago? You satisfied them?
I think we went through all of the, and I don't think we've shared these with providers yet, or maybe we have
You
with
alluded
some
to
of the
them.
A3 providers, because if you fell into the A3 category, we are doing our managers now are doing corrective action plans for supported employment and for unified services. So if you didn't hear from us, that means you're not an A3.
What does A3 mean?
A3, I know.
It's not
like,
good,
what
right?
does that mean? It's not good. It means for supported employment, it means that your employment rate was at the bottom 20%, which doesn't always mean, and it's regional.
Because we usually consider A to be a good thing.
That's good. A1, A2, A3, so the A3, and you know.
It's the least good.
It's
It's the least good of them. Yes, all the A's.
Right. And that's how we're looking at it, because when people are like, well, why would you reward an A3 provider? And it's like, well, because we need them to provide services. And they might be serving a population or a portion of the state that we need to serve. We just can't say, they're not so good, so we won't provide services in that county or that section of the city because they're not good. So, but there's still, we do need to have, so we have the A3 providers, but we rated everyone according to the method of award and the performance standards that were in CRS, that are in the RFP and they're in the program guide, if you look at that. So we rated everyone, and we haven't shared all of that information. And the supported employment was fairly straightforward because it was the employment rate. Now we did change how we measured it, and I think we did it in a way that is an advantage. I don't want to say it's an advantage. I think is fair to providers in that we didn't look at 26. If you look at the RFP, it says 26. We looked at it from 571, and this is where there could be, because people had some carryover, but we looked at 571 intake compared to 575, and that's how we rated folks. So if you had the 90-day 575, that counted as an outcome. Whether we got a 26, well, hopefully we did, but we really were focusing on your performance outcomes and what you
wouldn't be linked to 26 and the 575.
I mean,
should be, right?
It would be, and I think it probably, if we did measure it that way, it wouldn't change that much.
It would probably have fringes. That's changed. Yeah.
So, but that's how we did it. For unified, it was much more complicated because we had the rubric, what we were calling the performance rubric, where the counselor rates the reports based on satisfactory and satisfactory. So we had that. That measure we have in place, and we can get those measures very quickly. Thing is, really, most agencies do really well. The bar, above 90%, there's very few agencies are below 90%.
A lot of A's there too.
Yeah, and then but there's all these timeliness measures and other performance measures that were actually I think altogether there were 69 measures.
Wow.
I think a bunch of them were the
you overdid yourself
performance
when you did
rubric.
that contract.
Yeah.
But the measurement, like getting us to, like working with our IT staff to measure these things and to figure out formulas, they had like 7 or 8 sets of formulas for different ones. But eventually, just to make a long story short, we got there and we measured all, but I think 4. So we measured 65 measures, we rated, and now our fiscal unit is going to issue budgets, and we have to connect with them. But we've given them this information, and the method of award talked about budgets. So this is kind of a little bit of a sidebar, but it is what it answers your question. Yes, we did all the performance ratings. What this means for CRS2, just to get back to it, is we know we need to simplify the method of award, because this was linking all the performance measures to awards and budgets, in CRS. And we want to simplify the measures we look at in the method of award. We still want preserve quality measures, but more for quality assurance, not
Right.
for, you know, in year 3, if you measure this way, we're going to do this to your budget in year 4. We don't want to manage.
Council is okay with that?
I don't know if they'll be, if they will be okay with it.
So the 65 collective measures measure Access VR, they measure
Measures the
people in
performance.
Buffalo, or like what do they measure? What does it really measure?
It measures, you know, and it does get sort of pulled up into this because, you know, you might be a job placement provider and you got your ratings for those case service codes that you provide, but you're competing with a driver rehab provider and his or her performance measures and how related to her services. But when we compile it all together, it's, you know, we
So does an agency get a singular rating somehow? Do you have singular ratings for every agency now?
Yeah, so we have a rating, you know, we have people in the A1, A2, and A3 buckets for unified.
Oh, you form like
unified.
one of those.
Yeah, regionally.
Is it disability specific?
It's not any
No.
specific.
No,
It's like
It's
it's
specific.
I mean, there's,
like
you know,
like a driving.
no, what I'm saying though, there's nothing in there
Services.
that talks about the fact that you may be serving a population that's more difficult to
So
serve.
because that wasn't something that was a part of the original contract. That didn't delineate.
Is there a plan to
Goes back
share
to what was
those
the original
or
contract.
to share that or
Yeah, we
to
have,
get to know or
the next
to like
thing
have,
we
you know,
have
list
to do
or-
is really create a report around this. But, you know, yeah, we have to create a report that summarizes this. The complexity of it is almost like,
Mind-boggling.
yeah, it's just kind of, and then you know, when you get to that level of complexity, I don't want to challenge the validity of it because these are our measures, but you know, when you're comparing different agencies, I mean, I think we've done our best to be fair.
If you do that, you're going to have to go back to square one. If you challenge the validity.
Okay. Well, we do want to simplify the measures. We're also.
Yeah, I think that what I heard you just say that, just as Bill challenged you, is that it's more or less what do you really need to measure
Right.
versus the validity of the measures that you have.
Yeah.
It's, do we need
Yeah,
65?
don't say that.
No. Do we need 65 measures, or do we, just like we were having we talked earlier about the conversation, the brainstorm decision around value-based payments under managed care. I think that side of the system, as that's being developed, I know you're on that truck going down the road already, but it might be worth you hearing from us some of the things that we're talking about with DD and MH around value-based payments, because that's what's that side of the equation is going to be looking for in outcomes. So what will you measure that has some at least connection to this? Otherwise, providers are going to have to decide, I'm either going to be a VR provider or I'm not going to be a VR provider. So even though you don't want to lose them, you might, by the very design you put together around what you're going to pay for in outcomes, determine their business plan as to whether or not they can manage both systems anymore. So right now, you're connected by virtue of just supported employment, but for this other unified stuff to do the front end, you may have agencies that drop out if they can't handle everything, which...
Will providers
Yeah.
find out eventually through their district
That's good
liaisons?
questions.
Come from the district office manager on where provider stands as far as the rating?
Well, I'm sorry, what?
On where we stand, will providers be contacted by your district office liaison, like a VRC, senior VRC, or will it come out from the district office manager?
I know with the, we have to do performance improvement plans for the A3. That's what we're doing right now. So you would have been contacted by the district manager if your agency was needed to develop.
Well, that would have already happened. For supported employment, it would have already happened. I think for the unified services side, it's in process. They are in the process of reaching out to people. The numbers are not
are not huge numbers, and the A3 particularly for Unified, because you know, most folks were, you know, there were many more that ended up being in A1 and A2.
Well, for providers, thank you. For providers that maybe do have fewer referrals on the UCS side than other providers, could that be a detriment? Or, I mean, let's say some providers do a lot of UCS, some maybe do more supportive, and we're doing more Unified, and it's good. The 958 and other things, it's really good. We always want more referrals. Is that a factor on, or is that factored in just because you don't get as many as other agencies?
Would that affect your rating, performance rating?
Just how many?
I mean, it actually, I mean,
Yes.
Not more indirect.
It's got to, because you want to have enough people to hit the outcomes and everything, right? You don't
Well, but not necessarily, because if you only have, when you place them, you're up 2%. You know, I mean,
It was some of the things that were discussed back in the beginning. Yeah, when we originally, as a field, that very discussion around quality measures was pointed out, that unless there was some kind of, for lack of a better term, fudge factor put in there in regards to what your organization chose to be.
That's the word you don't use.
No, exactly. But whether you know, as an organization, you chose to be more of a unified services provider versus a set provider, and yet they're all under an umbrella called CRS. Would, you know, how would that all play out?
So we have WIO contracts now, and the WIO contracts.
Ed's got a question that relates back to your thing. Ed,
Hey, Frank, it's Ed McDonald.
Yeah, go ahead.
I hear what you're saying with regard to, I mean, I looked at the CRS. Yes, there was a very, very large number of measures that we were asked to meet, let's say, and that was one aspect of it. And I hear what you're saying, that you're going to attempt to sort of cut that back to a more manageable number to deal with. And that you're going to try and also have more meaningful measures. My question is more around what the standards are of those measures, meaning that if one chooses to say that $12.50 is the target wage, the first question I would ask is, have you counted or measured how many agencies met that standard? That you just, is this going to be reflective of the top 2%? The top 5%, the top 7%, the top 10%, see what I mean? And that approaching all the measures from roughly a similar perspective, rather than one person turning to the other and say, well, what do you think it should be? And one person says, I think it should be 13, the other person says 11.50, and now you agree upon 12.37. What I'm sort of trying to promote a little bit here is something that is data-driven, by the actual performance that's been looked at and measured, so that we know that there's some at least objective information driving not only what the measure is, but where the standard is of the measure. To say that an eval report must be submitted within X number of days, how many agencies have actually met that?
Yeah, and we know that. We do have that information now because we did measure the actual days. What was interesting as we studied the method of award and the performance standard is that while there's a standard in the RFP or in the program guide, the actual measure, regionally you were measured by the average and you were compared, did you meet the regional average for that measure or not? And that was what the pass-fail was. So, and we found in a lot of instances, particularly for timeliness measures, the timeliness mean or average for a region was way beyond the standard that was in the report or was in the RFP in terms of the performance standard. So if we said it was 30 days from referral to report, you know, the reality, the real measure was more like, you know, 60 days. That would be the mean, and, you know, providers met it or they didn't meet that, that would make them pass to that standard. And in order to be considered A1, you had to pass on all the standards relative to the services that you were providing. So it was very,
I'm impressed.
it's complicated.
No, but I'm impressed,
You know,
seriously, because that's not something
I only have
you
to read
guys
it
have been
like
able.
600 times.
But that is,
Over
but
and over
you've progressed, and I say that with respect, that you weren't able to do that in the past.
No.
So that's
No,
cool that
we
you have
don't
data to
right.
really do that, so that's a bonus. So now how do we use that data even beyond that is what Ed is asking too, as we,
And I think we have to collect it as we are. We have to look at, we have to ask the question, what does this mean? And what is a reasonable standard? Or how do we collectively improve? Is 60 days reasonable? Should it really be 30 days? And how do we collectively improve? And then where do we meet the cuts? Is, meeting the 60-day really good? Should that really be A1? I mean, but I think those are things that we could only assess with experience. I mean, to kind of flip that over in 8-10 months' time and then make a budgetary impact.
Yeah.
Was that widely known, Frank? Was that? I hear what you're saying, and I do understand that. Let's say it was the CRS indicated that it had to be within 10 days, and the mean was 30, and I delivered it in 20. I'm not sure that I was aware of that. Was that discussed publicly?
Well, the measures were in the RFP and are in the program guide, but the calculations we really spent the summer doing these calculations, creating the formulas and getting the measures out, just so we could. The first thing that we wanted to do was do the corrective action plans, because the big question is, are you identifying, and I say this without judgment because some of the poor performing providers are providers we really value. I'm going to say that right up front. But the poor performers, and do the corrective action plans. That's what it said in the RFP. Did you do that? Yes, we're doing it. We've done it with supported employment, and we're carrying it out right now with unified.
The reality of a challenge for pre-employment providers, for example, retirement referral to actually completing an intake can be very challenging when you're trying to engage with the individual. They're out of contact, and through no fault of your own, you just keep trying. There's no way you're going to make it in 20 days. You haven't. Yeah. Eventually you get it done. So we see that a lot.
So that, and I will say, one of the services that we're really plan to cut back on, we already have, is 118X, by the way, the entry services. We're lowering, that's the one service that we're actually lowering the rate for, and we're redefining it so the expectations or the deliverables are reduced.
Entry services?
Entry services.
That already came down in price.
Well, in spending, not in price.
Well, no, it was reimbursed. It was reimbursed at a much higher level. Entry services baseline. And it came down, and it's going to come down again?
Yeah. That's what we're proposing.
I don't know if they're up or down. I don't know where to go.
They're down.
I apologize to everybody that's on the call. They're doing, the third floor of our building is being renovated for a new tenant, and they're beginning to do the work in the ceiling above us for what has to go onto the third floor. So just.
It is what it is.
It is what it is, unfortunately.
I think that is, unfortunately.
So CRS
they were advised
changes are moving forward.
Changes are moving forward. The pet services are there. Customized employment is in there. Self-advocacy. Trying to think of, I mentioned the change in 118X. Trying to think of other major changes. We're adding, we have two coaching case service codes, one for employment and one for education and training. I think it's 959 is the employment one, and 790 is the education one. We're also going to, for the employment one, we're going to have that coaching supports for students. We're going to give it a 9. case service code, maybe 62 something. I don't know what it is. But we're going to give it its own case service code. The other, we're going to add, or we're proposing to add, I should say proposing, a 792, which is really going to be an effort to partially address the concerns that have come up around how well or not well we serve folks on the autism spectrum. And that is going to be a flexible, the way we've written it, if it's accepted, it's going to be a flexible for employment or post-secondary education. It's going to be at a higher credential level and a higher rate. So it's, whoever's providing 790, the credentials for that, this is going to be a higher level of credentials for supports for, it's not going to specify autism spectrum. It's going to use that as an example, but it could really, like we'd like to maintain, it's going to be based on functional needs.
So it could be deaf too.
Could be deaf too.
All right.
Okay. I'm curious as to if this is a pre-employment piece, how that then correlates to the OPWDD and pre-employment OPWDD intensive. Supposedly it's only available because you have the letter of agreement. You're always to do pre-employment intensive and OPWDD based on the letter of agreement that Access SVR does not provide pre-employment services. But now that you do, what does that look like?
Yeah.
How does that affect that? I'm curious.
That determines eligibility for OPWD in many cases.
You're still going to determine if they're eligible for your services. And part of it, you use the discovery report.
For that part, but I would, yeah.
I don't think nothing negative.
No.
I would say the pre-employment transition services, as it's defined in VR, is very different than what OPWD.
Yeah, because the pre-employment transition is students.
In school, these
So
students are in
discovery is for
school.
students,
Yeah.
not for
Yeah.
adults.
Correct.
In school.
In school.
They made a big distinction for employment. That's in the pet stuff is in school.
Yes.
The hope is in school, there's more career-directed activities. So when they graduate or leave school, they already
It also supports the school districts that are writing IEPs to support kids to 21.
Right.
It also kind of helps more partnerships really develop when you really think about this. What's been missing in a lot of times between school district and community provider is a way to fund it.
Right.
So this actually gives a mechanism to fund some of these
Now,
things.
add to that, not to complicate things, but add to that labor also has a set of services that they refer to as pre-vocational, correct? Pre-employment, yeah, I think so, under the centers. So you might be able to marry some of these things, again, that things pass off and work together. So I'll get back, we'll do that. That's some of the things that we were talking about in our regional meetings with NYSRA around, and the people in the room, both you guys as VR people, VR services and employment from labor side, we're going, wait a minute, so with the people, you could start here, then you pass them to us, and then we pass them back to the, so there was really a full scope of services being funded without having to, and your billing office is the one that has to worry about it, not the person.
Is NITEP mostly using WIOA?
Yes. But under the labor work center, career centers, they are expected to serve people with disabilities.
Yes.
So a person that chooses, especially a mental health peer who may not want to access a VR service because of whatever's going on, the way they look at it, they will go to a career center, and that career center is expected to offer them supports. They may encourage them to go to VR, but if not, then they have to be able to do that, and that's why in some parts of the state we still have the disability employment initiatives in some of the centers. Not all of them have that, but there's a look to, in the centers, create still some component of navigator, the way we used to have navigators. So I'm going to encourage you guys, if you're not connected to your career centers, but have obviously an interest in making sure that they know how to access disability services, they know you, they know of you, because they're going to not know everything and what to do.
It's interesting what you're saying, because in the NIA system, what then going into it, you regularly see individuals who have already registered, and you can see the array of services that DOL has already done. Exactly.
Yeah.
Before I get them into the system to fund them for VR, whatever. There's stuff there that's already happening.
Yep. Especially if it's just DEI, because they're going to do ticket stuff. And that's all the stuff that you guys will be doing. Okay.
So with, with CRS, I mean, the one thing that, kind of a takeaway, and I know it was on our agenda, but the priorities, depending on what's going on that week, kind of rise and fall. But doing a CRS performance report would be useful for us, and it would be something that we could share with you down the line so you could see what we measured, what the results were, where your agency stood, in terms of that, where the different agencies. So that's something that we...
It will be valuable if you're able to tie it to, tie it to what happens next with it. To just provide it with a whole bunch of information that isn't then also telling the field what it means to have this now when it comes to the next set could be a lot of information.
I think also, though, I think most providers would like to kind of know where they stand in relation to how Access VR is viewing their performance.
That's my point. And
Because it may be that, so, I'm an A2 and she's an A1 and an A3, and I'm thinking, like, how did I get to be an A2? What does that even mean? And because there could be different elements. The way you described that one example before, you could do really well if you underserved, but you overperformed on the number of people you serve. It's like, and suddenly, like, you know what, I served only 10% of what I was supposed to do, but I did well.
And that's what I'm saying. Data's only as good as how well you can interpret it. You said you read it 600 times and you live it. So I'd be cautious about how it's issued. I mean, it's important data, but how you issue it could create angst, create...
Is it public data?
Exactly.
It really should be.
Right, it's going to be
that
way.
Some of the things...
Because we haven't put it in the format.
No, it's public like some of the NYS reports are public. But I have a real problem with the data in NYS. It's like I put in data and I don't see it reflected in the report. So, and I don't have, again, and it's like a second, third system that I have to input into. So there's only so much time that I have to devote to it. Well, so when I get to analyzing the data and figuring out, we're putting a lot of time and energy into this, but then it's so good, like public reports, but it says I didn't make placements. I've got 37 people placed.
Well, with this, I mean, your point's well taken, but it's really trying to get the right balance between having a history of, really looking carefully at what we've done and where we've been and where you as our providers, and then also, with your point, where are we going? Where do we want to change? So let me just talk, because I'm running out of time because I have to catch your train. But I want to bring up the method of award, which has been a huge discussion within SED, and I think will be, and probably is maybe one of the biggest things that we have to come to agreement on. And I said it this morning, really fair and equitable is a big concern. Making sure that high performers are rewarded and that there's consequences if you're a poor performer. That's important to folks, particularly on the control side. Even though I think the program tend to always look at that in a very nuanced way. We always want to be careful that we don't blow up a provider that we need, and that we give people an opportunity, to succeed and all that stuff. And then there's a big concern with new vendors and opportunities. Are you giving opportunities to new vendors? And there's a lot of questions on utilization, and while we have many providers with, we don't have many, that's not true. There are some providers with very high utilization relative to their overall contract value. Most vendors are in the middle, and many haven't been used, and that raises a big question.
Used like it all used? Like
at all,
nothing?
or hardly at all, at very low utilization.
Well, some of that may be their capacity. But I understand that number to also represent is not necessarily that they weren't used, but when asked if they could produce, they had not themselves created the capacity to meet your needs.
Right.
So it isn't just that they weren't ever sent a person to provide a service to, it's that, remember in the contract it said by a certain time, so you could apply and check off that you wanted to be that service. You created the justification in your application and you were approved to receive for that service, but you didn't have to actually have the capacity, the person, meet at that time. So then when VR goes in and says, so Steve, I need to have this, and you go, oh my God, I don't have an evaluator that meets it, I can't do that, you might have been asked, but you couldn't produce. So
Without enough people, it's very hard to develop these, quite honestly.
That's the bigger question around the new vendor stuff.
You know, even boutique services are really tricky because you still need people.
May I just ask a question too? And this is a struggle that we have. The MWBE requirement for a lot of the contracts.
This is a tough topic.
Well, no, I know, but I need to throw it out there because it really takes not-for-profits and puts them out of the competition. Because you can't be a minority or a woman-owned business if you are a not-for-profit with a CEO and board of directors. So that requirement is, I know it's tough, but it's a concern that I think needs to be raised.
And something that NYSRA needs to look at.
And some of the ways
yeah, we have to address this. Yeah,
it has to do with the board composition actually, but I can't remember.
No, a lot of it's just on your spend and vendors and how much money of OTPS you're going to spend on. You know, if you have $50,000, you're going to spend X percentage under MWBE.
Oh, I see. On your
I think we've collectively been seeing that there's some challenges in accomplishing some of this because in most of these contracts there's very little OTPS.
Right.
Usually.
I think for CRS we were able to really minimize the impact, but it's been with other contracts we're well aware of.
Yes. So that's just my concern going forward with this, that we don't have the same problem. You know.
Yeah, I think in CRS, I mean, you know, it wasn't an issue for the last round, and I'm hoping. I mean, right now with our draft, we're handling it. We're assuming we're going to be allowed to handle it the same way, but it's not something that the program office, meaning Access, has a lot of control over. We really don't. And it's not only do we not have control over it, but we don't really influence it.
No, but we might want to put a position together on, because it's not just Access and State Ed, it's OPW, it's everything.
Oh, no, and under the Employment First Commission, MWBE is encouraged to grow.
But also it's like, how do you find ways to comply in a healthy way? You know, and I think that's kind of becomes a lot of the struggle. It's like, are there enough MWBE vendors of X, Y, and Z services so you can actually do this?
Yeah.
You know,
there's not an interest not to do it. It's just that there is.
And we're going to lose him, so I think we're going to wrap this up.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure that was addressed.
Here's the two. You know, we're trying to develop a mechanism. I said we're concerned about new vendors. We're looking at performance, and we're trying to look at, well, one, we kind of start with some kind of baseline utilization, and what would happen is we looked at your utilization over the past year and added the new, but then applied the new rates. What would you need to at least do what you did last year at the new rates? And then looking at performance and trying to add dollars based on performance, trying to address the need for new vendors, because that, you know, has been really emphasized, that we have to allow opportunities for new vendors to come into the system.
I would suggest that new vendors have to mentor under existing quality A1 providers. Yep. For at least a year before, or one contract season.
And you know, we've had, and we haven't done a, you know, and this would be another thing it would be to be able to look at, but we've had some really successful new vendors, and then we had others that haven't really gotten the car started yet.
So maybe, but maybe if you use your rating, if you use your A1 rating as the ability for them to either mentor or I don't know, something to the effect where those that are doing well, instead of you trying to oversee all of that, to actually create capacity, and when you say performance, add dollars to that some organization in an area, especially if you need it, in that region.
Or an association like NYSRA has a separate training contract for new vendors where there's some sort of boot camp developed, so that new vendors, if they are really a brand new vendor to VR, would have to go through some sort of training protocols, you know, before they really get started. So
That's like
you can look at new
OPWD
vendors
parts, yeah.
and have a minimum number of units, and then be supported by the district office, because again, as a new vendor, there has to be cash flow to employ employees that are trained, and if there isn't that cash flow, you're not going to be able to maintain that in those employment situations to be available to provide the services.
So maybe the question is to ask the new, you said that you had new vendors that did really well. What did they have in place that worked? And you look to create those dimensions in regards to the quality expectation of new vendors.
And maybe
So not everybody can just sign off, you know, and say sign up, and you put that neat little caveat that says you don't have to be ready, but yeah, you got to be ready. In this environment, there isn't cash to do that. So
We did start talking about, you know, adding some, maybe requiring a little more content. Not that we don't want to get into evaluating or rating content, because that would take forever.
That's discriminatory.
Can you just clarify for me, you said before, baseline utilization, you would take what we did before, you would apply the new rates and to see how agencies would fare. Do you mean it's going to be less money? The rates are going to be less money?
No, most of our rates are higher.
Oh,
Most
okay.
of the rates were
Okay.
But if your utilization, if you propose
Right, gotcha,
100 and you only did 60,
Right.
they're going to do 60 times the new rate to see if they'll still keep you whole
Gotcha.
based on your utilization.
Okay.
So, and then we want to apply performance, and we also want to maybe look at utilization a second time to see if, you know, we could provide additional dollars to those providers where the demand seemed high. So that's what we're proposing as a draft. There's a lot of conversation around this.
how many total vendors did you have in CRS this time?
I think it was like 340.
Is that too many? Is that too few?
Well, there were.
It'd be nice to do utilization against your regional offices too.
If you look at like providers with low utilization or none or no utilization, you know, I don't know if you could say, well, that means it's too many, but we have a lot of providers that we didn't use. We have not, I mean, right now we're looking to do 14 amendments, and really, I mean, I know it's a heavy lift to get those approved, but when you think we had, you know, over 300 contracts,
Right.
all across the state, many different services, we're 2.5 years, 14 isn't really bad.
Not at
It
all.
really isn't bad, so.
It's less than 5%.
Yeah, it's really, it's not, I mean, we did a few more, we had to do some because FEGS closed last year, we had a few others. The ones that we did early on were, you had a provider that just did one service, like assistive tech, and then the driver rehab ones maxed out fast. But where we were allowing flexibility, and that's the other thing, we want to come to an understanding with the control, both within SED and with the control agencies, that we have, you know, we're doing the contract adjustment process, but that's not what we trained, and that wasn't our understanding when we started CRS. So we want to have the understanding that the pot of money for Unified can be used across any service that you have asked to provide. And for Supported, it's across all the case service codes within Supported.
So in other words, it sounds like we may have to wait 2 years if we've capped out already. I mean, that's the concern, is this agency utilizing a lot of their units and whatnot. And so if you're capped out.
Are you one of the agencies that's doing an amendment?
No, I'm not sure.
No,
So you would know.
I'm not aware that you have, yeah, I know you don't have an amendment. So
No, we
I
haven't
think
amended. No, I'm thinking as a whole, I mean, as a whole, as representing NYSRA, I mean, you know.
Our managers are looking, we have a report like we get every 6 weeks where actually we have the monthly utilization, but then we have sort of a summary report. So we're tracking utilization, and we're identifying. We've identified already providers that we think might need an amendment. If we can get another round of amendments through, we're trying to get this first round. But we're not in bad shape really. So we want to do those amendments, but the thing is to have a method of award down the line that we could have a contract that gets us through 5 years, and we have more consumers, we have more services, higher rates.
If you can get the if you can add to that whole process, what you were just describing, the flexibility that an assignment for a supported employment service and the assignment for a unified service is a box, a bag.
Like a global budget.
A global, exactly.
You work it however you work it.
Yeah. And
that would be an amazing win for this process then, because then you guys
would tie down, because once you've encumbered money to provider A, even if they turn out, if they were supposed to get 100 whatever, and they only provide 40, you have great difficulty if you have in another area of that district higher needs, and you've got another program that's serving that other group of, and
that's exactly what we're grappling with and trying to even justify the 14 amendments we put forward. Because all the transparency is they're like, hey, you didn't say anything about provider A, B, and C.
Would you also revisit though the thought, again, to my colleagues who have the years of experience like I do. Back in the day, there was, and then this is the last one, back in the day there was people that were assigned to your agency. And at a certain point, 6 months into, because we did it by year, 6 months into the year, or even on a quarterly basis, someone would visit you and say, it looks like this is what your utilization is. And it doesn't look like you're projecting and you're going to get there. So in this flexibility discussion that you're having, the ability for someone at the regional offices to be able to say, hey, Bill, if you're not going to utilize this, I'm putting it into the general pool for the region, because, and then that puts that agency on notice, or at least the agency gets to actually say to the district manager, well, if one of your counselors would actually return my phone calls, then maybe I could. I'm being a little bit facetious here, but nonetheless.
Those meetings do happen.
Okay.
Back money does not happen, but the meetings do happen.
Right. But the ability, that's what I'm saying, but the ability to perhaps let your offices also then have a pool.
That's too.
Okay.
I don't see that in the current environment.
No, that's fine. That's what I just thought.
I really don't. I mean,
because I remember in my days I lost money. I didn't get to keep all my money. If I wasn't producing, then, but I could argue to get units back, but that was a negotiation between me and the district office.
The method of award that we're producing, and I mentioned it this morning, really takes very little judgment. It takes individualized judgment out of the local manager. It really is like a mathematical formula. And that's where I think that's where we're being asked to really go. To look at performance, look at utilization, rate, and create a formula. So,
Sherry's asking one quick question because you got to go. Okay. Is an agency able to do an amendment to add a county?
We haven't. That I mean, I don't know if I don't have an answer to that question. I know when we did have. You put
New York City contracts cover multiple counties.
Yeah, and you were serving the office, and I don't know enough of the details of the application to see if it was county specific.
Different agencies. I know we are approved for 2 counties.
Okay.
But I also know that there are other agencies in Western New York that report to the Western and to Finger Lakes. But they have 2 different, I believe,
offices that they're serving.
Because they were approved, they had to put in 2 different applications because there's multiple counties, and one county is in Rochester, and one county or 2 counties in Buffalo.
And we dip into Westchester.
Hi, sorry, I've been unmuted. I
I wanted to clarify my question. The question really is, can you apply to be an amendment to serve another district office?
I think that's something we'd have to discuss. You know, you discuss it with your district manager or regional coordinator in terms of what it is you're needing or trying to do. Right now, we're looking at amendments based on how much of your 5-year contract dollar value did you use up, and do you have do you have capacity to provide those services? If there's a need to serve another county, I think I'd have to look at what did the contract specifically limit you to those counties, and what would be the impact? Is there a need there? What would be the impact? So I think we'd have to look at that more on an individual basis if that's the situation that you're in.
Okay, I'll send you an email.
So also, you know, in case we didn't say it clear enough, so the intent for CRS, right, is to have a release of the RFP, our proposal, for February of 2017, 4 months from now, 5 months, whatever it is, 4.5 months, February 17, of which then the process would go on. You'd write your proposals, it'd be review, proposals would be awarded sometime fall 2017, and all works nicely. 2018 in January, new contracts would begin. Right, so that's kind of where that potentially rolls, right? From what I heard this morning, there was certainly more good aspects of this than negative aspects. There's an effort to raise the rates, which is something that providers have been asking for a long time, and that appears to be recognized for the most part. The PEPS aspect seems really positive in a lot of different ways, so there really seem to be more positive takeaways on where this may go. But there was the uncertainty that got tossed in there at the end, which was there's no that you guys can get this done for 2018. The control agencies may say run the 5 years out.
Yeah, but I do feel like we're we have more agreement on the overall spending level. I feel more optimistic than a year ago, and I think that with the changes in WIOA, and especially now that they are in the regs and the demands on us are so clearly different than they were 2 years ago.
You actually have the law working on your side.
Yeah,
That's a great way to put it.
You would lose money, right, if you don't, you would lose money on the, there would be money on the table if you don't move forward, right?
If we don't spend the dollars.
Law requires you to do more.
And we have to rely on our provider community for these services.
Right, there's additional extended dollars out there for young adults.
That's another
18 to 24, if this doesn't come out next year, that's money that's still sitting on the table. That doesn't come to people in New York State.
And advocates like us would have to yell at the governor for not allowing your agency to do what it needed to do.
Right.
So we could do that too.
Right.
With a sense of comfort that would give us pleasure for a change.
One thing I've learned in the bureaucracy, though, is that it's always
back on you.
Yeah, it always.
Why are they telling us we can't do it?
Frank Coco says what?
Right now, we'll blame it on Deborah, and then Deborah will blame it on you, and then you'll give it to Ray, and Ray will give it to Paul.
But yeah, and you have the advocacy.
We'll just make sure you know what we're up to, that's all. Well, thank you very much, Frank. Good to see you. Everybody out there, thank you. Bye, everybody on the way in, and travel safe to the DMs. Okay.
The other thing on Access is that under the whole WIOA stuff, just so people are aware, I don't think you mentioned it, but maybe you didn't, I missed it, public hearings in November.
No, he did not.
All right, so there's public hearing, which is next month.
Yeah. Now.
All right. And the phase-in begins for 2017.
Is it the public hearing specific to the RSA or to the whole?
I believe to the New York State WIOA implementation.
That's both of them. That's all, what RSA is expecting, and what, that's what I'm just asking, so people understand that it's RSA plus DOL. Okay.
But, we should kind of keep our eyes and ears open for when that's going to come out and what it might mean.
Yeah, we look to put position
forward on this.
Especially on this pieces around section 511. And what also effect it has on set-asides.
There's a lot of interesting stuff that's kind of flowing through all this. There's a lot of detail. They clearly have been doing a lot of work getting ready for this. There's a couple of things out there to be concerned about still. you know, such as how they're going to interpret group and enclave settings and what that's going to mean, and whether or not we really have an integrated system in New York State between Access, OPW, OMH, and how this whole thing flows and doesn't flow.
There is not.
Right, but I mean, like, they're looking at different definitions, and I raised that this morning, was like, you're really setting this up in such a way that we got to have one set of rules for Access VR, and then we're transitioning to people to OPWEDD or to OMH, and it's a whole different set. It's like, it's, you know, we just left the country. You know, we're going to go do something different. We're now, that wasn't allowed, it is allowed, that isn't,
And that's
wasn't allowed.
why I made the statement before,
Right.
be careful how you design this. If you design it just to meet the expectations of RSA, you may force agencies to decide, I will only be supporting VR, or I will only support Medicaid, because that's the only way that you're going to be able to meet, well, survive, but even meet the expectations of what each one says, because it's sort of loose.
Yeah.
Now, add to that, though, and I just showed this to him, and I have to get more interpretation, but in the earlier today when we were talking about the volunteer internship work experience presentation that was made by Ms. Dowling, there is actually a section in here that speaks to New York State minimum wage order for not-for-profit organizations. And I quote, don't take me at this word, I'll find out what more it means, but it says, under the New York State minimum wage order, an individual is not an employee where the individual works for a not-for-profit organization.
Yes.
And individual's earnings capacity is impaired by age or physical or mental impairment. Now, OPWD obviously did not read this, since it has created a guidance that says you can create your own business, and people with disabilities impaired by age or physical or mental impairment can work for you, and they must work at minimum wage or more. What does this mean now? So I learned something today that is perplexing me, and then I mentioned it to him because I said, guess what? That only reinforces, Frank, your whole definition of enclave. Right?
I think
And
Solana
that's
is aware of that,
Yeah, okay.
but only for a few weeks.
Okay.
I mean, she only has been aware of it.
Right, right, right.
Or she's only going to be aware of it.
Just aware.
Okay, so I'm going to do.
A few weeks ago.
Right. I'm going to go back to Mr. Dowling and see if I can get some more. I mean, it's only 3 slides in there, and it's, you know, usually slides.
She's actually very good, but I think I missed the beginning of it.
No, I read it.
Well, we decided earlier, we did a poll, 83% of the people that were engaged today said that they would love to have this broken down into sections as well, and so it would be a free, you know,
That's good.
webinars for you guys.
So just on the group, just so the other piece, what you heard, what was said this morning, is that they're going to put out written clarification of how groups and how the groups are viewed, and that people should not panic and rush and make changes just yet on kind of thinking what may or may not be with the group. So I thought that was good to kind of hear that. You could take your time, think it through carefully, but it is out there and it is something to be aware of.
Okay, it looks like we have 2 more. Katrina, you have a question?
I was just wondering about that enclave definition. Since we're being told locally that we will no longer receive any referrals from Access VR for anybody who needs provider employment.
Well,
What part of the state?
Southern Tier.
Southern Tier.
I did raise it directly with, I sent the email as I shared with you. I raised it specifically to be talked about this morning, and Steve just kind of did an overview of what they said, is that they're going to come out with answers. But Lisa, because I was not able to get on that call this morning, I plan to call Lisa directly and have a chat. But indeed, that is what is the gist of October 21st with Michelle Barlow. That whole thing is about Section 511 and what will fit or what won't fit, that kind of thing. So I promise you, you will have an answer by the 21st.
Yeah, I think I just had my first case of somebody who was leaving our sheltered workshop, who I referred to Access VR because he's appropriate for supported employment, be refused because he was looking to be employed by our agency. And I think they're refusing to open his case because he needs an agency-sponsored job at this point.
Yeah, they're saying in this little document that minimum wage or better is a criteria they want to see. Jobs obviously integrated Integrated work on tasks, those with and without disabilities,
Right.
such as socializing in a lunchroom, setting must be, that is
Yeah, those
typically
are all
found in the
things that
community,
the
you know,
guidance, if you meet the
opportunity
guidance.
for advancement, and that it would be viewed case by case, but it should not be unilaterally can't do it.
Well,
you
that's the way Southern Tier always was.
know? Yeah, and that was what we said was the.
And I just want to, yeah, I just want to point out that the interpretation here is that as long as the individual's paycheck comes from my agency, regardless of it meeting all the other criteria, it is not an acceptable type of employment because the paycheck has my name.
It does not, and it does not say that in the WIOA, it does not say that anywhere else. The only place it comes close to it is in this minimum wage law from the Department of Labor. So again, we've got competing forces to play out here, but I will follow up with Lisa, and we will get this taken care of, because when I posed it to Ceylon, I sent it to both Ceylon, I sent it to Ceylon, to Freddie Coco, to Deborah Brown Johnson, and I said, okay, you guys, I don't get it. What's going on here? You're asking the agencies to create businesses if they, you know, in order to keep things moving in an area, but VR, you're going to say they can't go there because they paid the wage check and it's over minimum wage and it's meeting CMS. And Ceylon's response was, all I worry about is I can't speak for VR, but all I can tell you is if it meets the rule, the home and community-based services integration rule, settings rule, then it is acceptable to us.
Right.
So, okay. So, but Medicaid's supposed to be the payer of last resort. Therefore, if someone is eligible and should be using VR services and not Medicaid, VR is saying they're not eligible. So I guess they just go back to only being, then you use Medicaid services. I
So
mean,
it's this.
yeah, pretty much. Chris is going as this, like this, they're gonna cross their arms here, yeah. So we got it, we'll stay on top of it.
Finger at each other. Yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing, just, you know, I know we're not going to talk about it now, but the sub-minimum wage, there's some very serious potential ramifications that the state has to deal with, and it could impact providers, because they have to review all the existing people that are currently under 14C certificates and earning sub-minimum wage by July 22nd, 17. The process has not been established yet how to do that. If it's not done, there was some thought that it also could then, so if we're the provider, person's working for us with a 14C certificate, and that assessment hasn't happened yet, we may not be able to continue to pay the person. So, you know, there's some stuff out there and how this all gets done. There's 8,000 people, maybe 10,000 people in the state that have to have this assessment, education assessment.
78 something.
Yeah. So anyway, that's out there, so just to be aware.
They're panicking. They're not talking to each other. Trust me, I've already broached this.
They are panicking, you say? They are.
They are. Of course. How are they going to actually talk to? And their methods. Forgive me. Since I threw up in my morning. Their methods of what they think they could. They unfortunately, the leadership that are making these kind of decisions around what to do have no idea who the people are that are still receiving a service in a sheltered workshop. They're talking about creating group settings to have career counseling conversations with them with PowerPoints.
So, but they're just going to show up, they're going to present their PowerPoint,
Right.
sign, I did my presentation.
Well, and that may be, that's what I was going to say, that may be what needs to happen to expedite so that we don't have a disruption of what all of you that have work centers are writing your plans, and that was I was trying to explain to them, is that by the 1st of 17, you have to submit a plan, and in that plan, you might decide that you're going to spend at least another year discussing this with everybody. So I said, if they're already discussing this, why isn't it possible then for a VR counselor to be part of something that the agency is already sponsoring versus them trying to come in? They want it, they're talking about sending letters to family members who are already all worked up about the changes in work centers as it is, and well, it'll just create amazing. So here's, again, we'll work together.
I say you get your individuals and you bring them to the Access VR office as a group, and you say, we're here.
No, they're here for transformation plans.
We wanted to come early.
Agencies have, I would suspect, although I haven't seen too many, I would suspect, like as Katrina was just discussing, have already figured out which group of people are, at least because they had the first one, who wants to go to work, who is tired of what they're doing here and would like to do something different. They were asked to kind of slice it. Then there's the group that's left. That's the group. So I made the recommendation in the brief moment that I was on the call with them this morning to just say, well, maybe I'll also look at who already has been identified as interested in supported employment as the next thing, because they would need those steps. And that's who you schedule to meet with first. Then you worry about those that are left and how to let the agency tell you how that could best be done. They know the individuals. To just play big brother and come in and say, woo, yes, we could do that, and we can make it happen, and we can do it with forms, and somebody's not going to be happy with it, perhaps, we don't know. There's no, unfortunately, in the law, it just says they must be contacted, and they must receive counseling. To the extent of how and what the effect of it is, they don't go there. It's left open.
Pat?
Yes, please.
I just wanted to get a clarification from Steve on that July 22nd date. That's in WIOA, that's national.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, that's what they said, July 22nd, 17th.
It's right.
They have to have met with people, completed career counseling, and some sort of individual session sign off.
Yep.
And if the agency, if that doesn't happen, so if like Goodwill doesn't get that done, or 10 people are missed at Goodwill, there may be the potential that you won't be able to pay them under their certificate.
Yes, that's exactly what it says.
All right.
Okay, we have we're trying to close our 14C certificate in New Jersey, but this is a process, so it doesn't affect me in New York, but it does affect us in Jersey. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Right. They were also looking, they said there's, USDOL told them there's about 14,000 people in New York State under certificates.
Yeah.
14,000. We thought, like, you know, OPW might be about 8,000, but there's, you know, there could be other, it could be right. Kind of with that aspect of it, and that they're thinking that maybe independent living centers can do some of this. That was suggested by independent living centers. You know, they can use their Y18X code.
They're actually well in position to do some of that.
Yeah, without a doubt, without a doubt. And then also throughout, you know, right now we have community employment specialists that, like in New York City, they work for HOC. There's 5 of them, and they cover all the boroughs, and they work in the schools.
Right.
Those staff could be reallocated to go do that work as well.
While they're
They have
decreasing entry services
all over the state.
Well, they are also decreasing entry services. There is the capacity that if an orientation was done and then entry services were done.
Yeah.
So I think there's other things other than just sending a letter.
Yeah. But I think they do want some help with this, so I think this is right, because I think they realize this is a tremendous undertaking, and there's so many people, and like you said, they don't really know, so they want to talk to Salon. You can get a lot of details on who these people are that are in the shops. Yeah.
It would fit right in, but the question is, I think the question is whether that would qualify for Access VR purposes.
Right.
Some staff engaging in that conversation.
Speaking of kids, in the past, again, trying to get a handle on this, and we're already past our time, so I'm just going to transition age youth. We had a successful institute. Quite a good variety of people were in attendance, including family members and teachers, OMH, OPWD, precedent-setting time, first time, and lots of VR counselors. So just want to remind you that we have in the past had a working committee of our employment division. Now council does not, but if we wanted to reinstitute this with all the emphasis on youth services, I would highly suggest that this be the month, this be the time that we do that. So what I'm thinking here is we had a couple of things come up throughout today's thing. I would like to suggest to the chairs that I would send out a notice of sort of the action items, the summary kinds of things, but in that ask people to evaluate for us which things they'd like, including focuses on day services, focuses on youth services, and then invite people to sign up so that we might have some working teams on these kinds of things to follow it, because we can't do everything in every meeting, and there may be better to have it there and then just have a report out of the strategies. One of the things that is big, though, is as school districts go, there's now CDOS credential for all students. I just want to remind everyone that it isn't just a safety net now for students with disabilities, any student. So as you're looking at creating supports for students with disabilities, do not underestimate the value that you might have as experienced people to offering school districts the ability to integrate that setting with other kids who create mentoring and stuff and all that other good stuff. So that's the point behind that. We have a few members who do summer youth employment. I thought it might be fun. We don't have time today, so again, that's the reason I'm thinking there might be a value in having a work group under here to look at youth stuff, especially, again, with the WIOA emphasis.
Yeah.
And NYSRA events too. And then there is, if you're interested and excited, once every 2 years, the DCDT conference, which is a huge statewide, but they bring in national speakers around transition age youth systems, and that is November 8th through the 10th at the Gideon Putnam in Saratoga.
Who runs that?
It's run by a bunch of different folks, but Sue Barlow is one of the key people there in Cornell University. So it's a really cool
DCTT. What is it?
DCDT. I knew you'd say that, and I don't remember what it is.
Okay, I was going to ask.
Care direct treatment?
No, not even close. It's
Continuing day treatment?
It's nothing to do with day treatment. It's all education. It's transition.
Right, council,
Yeah, division of children and transition, something like that. It's all transition. It's all education. It's not, it has nothing to do with OPWD or OMH. It is pure education.
It's a whole level of acronyms we don't know.
No, exactly.
Great.
Nothing children.
Google will know.
Yeah, go ahead, put DCDT in it. Okay, so that's it. Happy fall. Our next meeting of the council is scheduled for December 14th. So this was archived and taped. So if you guys need to refer back to anything that you heard or you're not quite sure, you'll get that. We do know the whole paper minutes.
It is the Division on Career Development and Transition.
Yeah. So career development and transition.
There was a conference in Myrtle Beach.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Why didn't we go there?
Career development, that's a good one. It's career.
Yes, it is. It is one of them. NYSRA underwrites it. We're one of the sponsors. So we'll go there. So the 14th, just make sure that you've got it in your charts. And that's the next time we're supposed to meet. We'll do our advocacy points there, as well as hopefully have some indication of whether or not, obviously, CRS is going to make it by February.
We should know by then whether they can.
And we should probably have that stuff figured out from OPWD, and I will make sure that the HARP and the MH pieces are back on the table. I also wonder if you wanted me to, anybody thoughtfully that's left here, want to think about bringing NYSRA in for next meeting, just to kind of give us. They work on a federal fiscal year, so they're just kicking things off following this WIOA, but to get a perspective from the labor side on what's all going against all these other kinds of things. I could see if Melinda and or Jan might be available.
They all have knowing what's happening in the one steps.
Right. Well, there is, and for those of you that are still with us on the phone, the Capital District region is having a little, or did have a little get-together last week. Buffalo, I think, is still trying to coordinate it between Western region and Finger Lakes. But we're encouraging people from NYSRA, if you're involved in APSI and or with the labor there, we're having this regional get-together, social get-togethers, just to get to know each other, not feel like you don't know what's going on and talk about things, but it's the true intent is social, not to have a meeting. It's being set up at a pub or a restaurant or whatever on purpose, and it's meant to be social. That's
these came out of actually the two events that we did collaboratively with NYSRA, and one of the biggest things at both the Albany and the Buffalo ones that we did, people were like, wow, I just had an opportunity to meet all these people that are doing similar work but have different funding streams and we need to work together, and I didn't know these people even existed in my own community. It's like, all right, so we need to do more networking events? Yeah, that would be really, really helpful. Put us together and we'll figure it out.
That's wonderful.
Okay, so we're literally underwriting, like, okay,
and we can do it in other places. I guess that's the point.
Yeah,
we can do it in other places, right? Their event is coming up in a couple weeks. If you are interested, we've been sending it out to members. Actually, I just got an email while we were in the meeting from Jan. They have a one day that's just about WIOA. and different people that from our world are also talking at it, so it might be something y'all are interested in hearing, so.
Where is that going to be?
It's here at the Desmond, so.
Oh, that's the one on the 24th.
Yep.
Yeah, this, what's her name?
Jan Hennessy?
Yeah, she was,
Cool.
this gal, no, she was talking to me about it, because we just expressed an interest to do, well, brokering and possibly FI, not sure, but we're exploring it. So
Yeah, we're not going to forget that either, right? We're going to add, try to do a separate thing, I have that for FI and SEM.
And
See
the
if
other
we can get
piece,
from OPWD to talk to us.
the other piece is the MWBE.
Yes,
It
I
is
have
big.
that.
It's very big, and I think that that's an issue coming up.
That's something you and I need to talk about.
Because it really,
dealing with that at all?
What was the topic?
MWBE.
MWBE.
A little bit, but it's coming up all over the place. We're trying to do.
No, I know, but I mean, if we
Yeah,
created a
I-
concerted
yes,
front
yes.
around, that's all I'm thinking.
Yes.
If we try to do it by ourselves.
I understand pieces of this.
Yes.
I understand pieces of this, but I need to,
More back.
yeah, I need more of the background to
I
really.
may be wrong, but from what I understand, there's a certain percentage of your contract that you have to subcontract with MWBE.
Or
Not
that's-
necessarily subcontract.
But there's
You
also
might have to purchase something from that vendor.
Right, but isn't there also?
We're just talking, if you guys want to stay and listen, you're welcome, I have your own mute, so.
And I may be wrong, but I think there's